Okay. It's probably like a 30-second delay.
Yeah.
You'll hear me saying what I just said.
Okay, good evening. My name is Bill Turner, and welcome to the February 13th BARS meeting. I am sitting in for our normal chairwoman, Ms. Lambrook, who could not be here today, so please bear with me. I will do my best to stumble through. My fellow board members here are to my left, Becky Finno, Laura Altman, Daryl Cobb, and Joel Trantham. I did get that right. Okay. City staff present are Frankie Pinto. She's our BARS coordinator, and Travis Golly, our senior preservation planner. The order of tonight's meeting will be staff will first provide an introduction and overview of each applications for the board's and the public's benefit. Following that will be a presentation by the applicant. The applicant and his or her team will be allotted 10 minutes in which to present the project. Now, by ordinance, the board may ask questions of the applicant anytime during the meeting. By custom, we usually do so on the heels of the applicant's presentation. This will then be followed by a public comment period. Any written comments, we've already been given those prior to the meeting. They were included in our board packages, so we've already had a chance to read all of those comments. If you're speaking as a member of the public, please do so at the podium over here. When you come to the podium, first state your first and last names for the record, and if you're a neighbor, please state your address as well. Following the public comment period, city staff will present their comments and recommendations on the project. Once we've heard from staff and the public, the applicant will have a 5-minute rebuttal period to respond to anything said by the public or by staff. After hearing any of those responses from the applicant, we will then go into board discussion. Now, once we're in board discussion, there's no public comment during board discussion. Board discussion is just that. It's discussion among board members. And then all of our meeting results are always posted online, so you can access those afterwards. And of course, we're also on YouTube. Let's see, items A1, A2, which are approval of meeting minutes, and item B15, number 2 Council Street. All 3 of those items have been deferred, and we will not hear those. So if you're here for Council Street, you get to go home early. This is very important. As a reminder, we are an architectural review board only. We are not a zoning board. We do not get into things such as land use, whether or not somebody can have an ADU or not, drainage issues, setback issues, lot coverage, any of those things. We have absolutely no purview over. So please, if you speak, please limit your comments to architecture and architecture only. Okay, our first project is item B1, 130 Hester Street. And Frankie, if you'll start us off.
Yes, sir. 130 Hester Street is in Wagner Terrace, which is Council District 6. It is a category 4 in our architecture inventory circa 1938 in the historic materials demolition purview. They are requesting a partial demolition, including the front porch, columns, portions of the rear roof, fenestration on left side, and siding on the right rear. This is the property's location on Hester Street. The existing site photos, a context of Hester Street, Sanborn map showing the history of the structure. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. Joel Adrian, 188 Wentworth, here presenting at 130 Hester Street. And Wagner Terrace home, so we're looking at just demolition which I think is probably the most challenging thing y'all have to do, because you don't get to see the proposal, why we're wanting to demo something. The existing structure, we get to our site plans. All right, so existing site plan, the house is just over 1,000 square feet. Walk in the front door, there's a couple bedrooms on the right side, there's one bathroom at the rear, there's a kitchen that's like a 8x8, and then a small little great room dining area. The house currently sits about 5 feet off of the left side property line. In this area with the SR2 zoning, we've got 9-foot side setbacks. So the only area to really expand was the rear, and then pushing the structure to the right. We did go before the zoning last month. We received an approval for a 1-story addition to extend beyond the 25-foot rear setback. We were given, I think it was 12 feet that we could extend into that 25-foot rear setback. We're looking to add basically a master suite and a great room with a small porch on the right-hand side. We've also presented to, and that just kind of gives you an idea of what we're doing in the back in that area that we got our zoning approval for. We also presented to the Wagner Terrace Homeowners Association on MLK Day, which was also a national championship college football day. The meeting doesn't start till 7 o'clock. They don't get to my application until halfway through the first half. But luckily I was able to mute and listen to it in the background. But this, I think, is a good representation of the roof demolition that we're looking to do. So the addition from what you saw on the site is pushing off of the rear of the house, which this property here, I don't believe there's any public view of that rear of the house. There's roughly 115 square feet of roof if you just take the flat footprint, which represents approximately 9.7%. That hatched area is 9.7% of the total roof mass. So I think that that is in line with being moderate in our request to remove for demolition. The two things that are important: the left rear corner of the house will remain fully intact. We are stepping the addition in slightly before we push it back out to the non-conforming setback and extend to the rear. So the roof will remain as is from right front corner all the way back to the left front corner. It's just that right rear corner that that we're going to have to do some overframing of our new roof onto that existing house. The front elevation is the top one there. We were requesting approval to remove the iron columns. We would keep the iron railing, but to remove those little spindly iron columns over there and replace those. The rear elevation, obviously that back wall we're connecting our addition to. Now the sides, right side is the upper elevation. And again, because we can't tell you what we're putting back, I did put a little outline so you can see that it's that arched rear window and then the siding. Obviously that's relating to it in the roof, which was shown in that roof plan, plus the little site plan that we have. That's where our addition wraps that little corner of the house. It's 1-story addition. And then we were hoping on the left side to take that double window and make it a single. Just some pictures of the house, which y'all saw today. And I guess that's it. So I think that's all I have for you.
Any of the board members have any questions?
No.
Okay. Joel, just to be clear, the back corner you're overframing and you're not, it's really not a demolition.
Correct. So yes, if that addition fell over because of poor construction, you would still see the roof in the corner.
Okay, so technically, I don't know that would be a demolition.
So the eave trim might remain, you might just take off the shingles.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So I mean, it is planned that we're gonna put that new wall and we're gonna build our new roof on top of that existing roof.
Okay. All right. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. Based on this morning's site visit, the PFD is not supportive of demolition of original wood windows on the north elevation. Additionally, while we don't know exactly how old these iron columns are, they are a character defining feature of the Wagner Terrace neighborhood and are specifically called out in the area character appraisal for the neighborhood. We see similar ironwork along this streetscape, and rather than demolition, we would encourage exploring options to repair these iron columns. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Frankie, would you give us your staff comments and recommendations?
Okay, staff had some observations. One, that windows are character defining features and should be retained. And two, that rear windows which are being demolished are minimally visible from Ashley Avenue. The staff recommendation is denial of fenestration demolition on the north facade, approval of demolition on the rear and south corner.
Okay, Joel, would you like to respond to any of that?
Sure, just real quick, we would be in agreement that this would be acceptable because the bulk of the project, the most important part is that right rear corner in order for the addition to take place. We do have, there are two of those beautiful iron columns on the back that maybe are in better condition. We could rotate over if we needed.
All right, that concludes the applicant presentation and public comment period, and we will now go into board discussion. Anyone like to start out?
I can start out. I think just generally, I'm not in favor of the demolition in the front. I think preserving the front of the house. Actually, I appreciate the sidewalk today. I agree that the iron columns are character defining of that area. I don't have a problem with the demolition on the rear. What's intended on that rear wall, rear roof. I'd like to see them retain the window on the north side and the iron on the front.
I don't have anything to add. I'm in agreement with Becky.
My one observation while we're out there, I do think that the iron columns are a character defining feature. They are rotted out at the bottom, so they will require some kind of repair. They will have to be dug out of the concrete. And just by looking at them, I'm not quite sure that, I personally am not quite sure that they're original to the structure. Just because they're not wrought iron, they're put together with fasteners. I think it's something that was sort of I think like Fillmore likes to say, the iron salesman came through back in the 50s and sold them to everyone in the neighborhood. So although I do think that they're character defining, I think they're in pretty bad shape. And even the front rail, if you look at it, it has a pretty significant sag to it. And the ironwork is fairly a light gauge when I was looking at it. So it's not a heavy wrought iron. So yeah, I could go either way on this.
I'm with you. I could go either way, but like when we were on site today and Becky pointed out, if you add wood columns, they wouldn't be able to be placed properly
Exactly.
because of the floor. I think, like you said, I think that somebody came here and replaced the floor of the porch with concrete and added the columns in it, which was typical.
Yeah.
So I'm probably more in line with fix or replace the iron columns as iron columns rather than ending up with a bad detail of the columns.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval of the work, the demolition work on the rear. And the rear wall and the rear roof, and denial of the demolition of the ironwork and of the window on the, I think that's the north side.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor for approval of the, let me kind of, let's say, approval of all aspects of the application with the exception of the ironwork on the front and also the window on the north side. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Laura seconds it. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's go for a vote. Becky?
Yay in favor.
Okay. Laurel?
Yay in favor.
Okay. Carol?
Yeah, in favor.
Okay. And
Joel?
Joel, I'm sorry,
No,
Joel. Yeah.
Yeah, in
Okay,
favor.
all right. Chairman votes with the majority. Motion passes unanimously. Sorry about that, Joel.
So Bill, just, after the iron salesman came by, there's evidence that the Tupperware salesperson came by as well, because there was some green, olive green Tupperware over the cabinetry.
Did he steal my mom's toe?
Y'all have a good evening.
Okay. All right, our next item is 894 Rutledge Avenue.
894 Rutledge is in North Central, which is Council District 4. It is a Category 4, circa 1935 in the Historic Corridor District, requesting conceptual approval of a rear addition. This is the property's location on Rutledge. Some existing site photos. A context of Rutledge. And Sanborn map showing the history of the structure. And I will turn it over to Dan.
Thanks, Randy. I'm Ashley Jennings, I'm architect on the project, and with me tonight is my client, Matt Anderson. Once again, we have a small structure in Wagner Terrace with a desire to add a little bit more square footage to the house. I wanted to clarify, Frankie, are we being reviewed for the total project or just for demolition on this one?
And this one, because it's on Rutledge, you're in the historic corridor, so we get to look at demolition and the new.
Okay, all right, just want to clarify. So one thing that's it's hard to see is this is a really amazing structure. Craftsman style, and it's pretty intact with the exception of a couple of awnings on the windows, and the back porch has been modified a little bit. And the intent is to pull the awning off the front of the building to expose a really nice arch, to restore the building and to do an addition on the rear. So this is the site plan. Once again, similar setbacks. The building doesn't sit within the current zoning setbacks. And we are proposing to do a rear addition that would modify this one little spot here, which is that porch element on the back. It would remove this window, this wall and this window, and then this window would be turned into a door. And you can see here in gray shade what the addition is. And this is you can't see my hatch, but this is the area of demolition here. And on the second floor, there would be a removal of a portion of the roof here to tie in. There's a pretty extensive attic in the building that's not really used right now. And because of the way that the stair goes up, it doesn't really need code. So it'd be nice to be able to use the attic space because these are some great windows on the front of the building. They're boarded up right now, but there's a nice triple window up there. And so what you see at the top is the existing elevations, the front and the rear. And what you see below is the proposed front and rear. On the front, you can see that this dormer actually ties right into the ridge. I actually have an image of the framing inside if y'all need to see it. But the ridge of the dormer actually aligns with the top of the ridge of the gable. And we're proposing to drop our addition in the back slightly just to be below that. As you can see This area here, the roof may have to get reworked a little bit, but the idea is to maintain, that's a nice little room off of the kitchen. We want to maintain that and then mirror it on the other side, and where this window is here will become a door. And the intent is to make the addition sympathetic to the time period, but to be a little distinct in the way that it's demonstrated and the way that it's executed. And so you can see the existing and the proposed here. So what you're looking at here is that porch element that's going to be removed. And then this is the new porch element that comes on the other side of the building. And this is the, oh, sorry, I went too fast. And this is the opposite side. So the idea is to side the structure would be wood frame with siding. We're proposing a brick foundation similar to what was there, or I think. But the idea is that the addition would be the windows in the addition are going to be aluminum clad, so that they would probably have a little bit of different color than the wood windows in the front of the structure to make a designation that it's a different addition. Right now, though, the building has a shingle roof on it, and the proposal is to go back with the shingle roof. And the rest of it is just to restore the existing structure back to. It needs some TLC, and I think I'll take you back to the photograph so you can see. To remove the awnings, restore the windows, restore the siding. It's a drop siding. Clean up anything on the foundation and then tie in with the rear addition. You have any questions?
Any questions?
No. When we were on site, just wanted to confirm the original addition on the north elevation, the eave extends all the way from its return through the addition without kind of turning back. Is that correct?
I don't know if you can see it here. I drew it through it. I may not have drawn it 100% correctly, but going down. Here,
Yes.
you're talking about right here.
That eve
I don't
extends.
know, I don't know that there's an actual return on, I think that this extends across like that.
Okay.
And I think you asked about it, when we were on site and the intent, and I think, I went and looked back at the drawings. The intent here is for that to come out a little bit proud
Yes, okay,
of this eave,
okay.
so that it's distinct, that it returns there.
Okay.
So we may have to shorten the eave. on that.
Ashley, maybe I did see it on the drawings, but what's your siding material? And what's the thickness?
That we're proposing is a artisan lap siding with a 4-inch exposure.
Okay, how about the thickness? Is that 5/8 or?
Artisan is more than a 1/2 of an inch. I
Okay.
believe it's 5/8.
Okay, so close to it then?
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
What is it saying? Yeah, they started making it again.
Mhm.
do we have anybody from the public that would like to speak?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society Charleston. The PSC thanks the applicant for their time on site this morning. We appreciate the restorative work proposed for this historic property, which we are thrilled to see get preservation attention. However, the proposed addition is an intense increase in massing at the rear and is not subordinate to the historic structure. We ask the board to require that the height of the addition be brought down from the roof ridge and encourage the applicant to consider more sensitive options like rear dormers or a hyphenated addition. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Ashley, would you like to respond to anything? Oh, I'm sorry. Frankie,
That's what I'm here for.
okay.
Staff had some.
Unusual job, all right?
I know, that's why I was trying to tell you. Staff observations, the alterations are kept below the ridge of the existing structure. Though we do feel it feels massive compared to the existing. Facades with minimal fenestration feel overpowering. And while the south facade benefits from the porch, it's lacking some detail. Triple gang windows feel very horizontal. Staff conditions for approval would be to reduce overall massing. And we also thought that the north facade needed some additional detailing, either dormers or some fenestration to break the blank pane. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and a final review by staff.
Now, Ashley.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back to the north. So we can look at this. So we actually had the opportunity to meet with Frankie and BD on this before we got really started on the project. And they did suggest that we drop the ridge, which we have. I know it's minimal, but to just so you know that the wall height inside the space is 5 feet right now. So dropping it again is going to be tough to really provide them with what the desired space they want to. We did look at dormering these, dropping it and dormering it, but it looked like a giant, look at me on the back of a building that's pretty amazing without having to add a lot to it. So I would say that the dormers suggestion, great idea, we thought about it, but I'm not sure that this is the right addition for the dormer. I do agree that maybe a little bit more fenestration on that side, on the north side would help overall. But I would ask the board to consider the application as we've got it drawn tonight and give us some feedback. Thanks.
Thank you, Ashley. That concludes public discussion and applicant presentation. We'll go into board discussion now.
I'm struggling with this one because in elevation, it competes with the main mass. But when I was on the site, it's probably not that visible. So
I was wondering the same thing, like the perspective you might feel completely different in reality.
and I even walked around, is it Peachtree Street, the one perpendicular to it? I walked around the block and you know, it's not overly visible from there either, but in elevation, it is a competing mass in my opinion. But again, I don't know how much you're gonna see it, so.
And I had similar thoughts as I was reviewing this application because I do think in elevation it presents as massive, and I actually agree with a lot of staff's comments that are here. And as I began to think about subordinate and what subordinate could be given the design of this house, I also was curious about hyphen and explored some thoughts around that, but it also significantly insets on both sides in a balanced manner. And in that way, I felt like it was achieving some of the subordinate considerations that we might want to think about. I do wonder if there's a more sensitive way to attach to the structure. It's in the way that it's attaching, it's a clean attachment, but a large form. I don't know if making it a complicated attachment and less mass is a better solution. And so those are kind of thoughts that I was thinking about as I was reviewing this.
The main mass is not a complicated mass, so I don't know if I would start insetting and go through that route. What do you think, Becky?
I mean, I agree. I think, you know, I struggle a little bit with, maybe it's just, yeah. I mean, in elevation, it seems to compete with the existing. I don't know if that's just the lack of fenestration or that the roof line is matching. So I was, again, basically trying to figure out similar things to everybody else.
Or the line weights of the drawings, I think they're all similar, so that's hurting a little bit.
Yeah, when I go out there and I look at it, I don't think what we're seeing is going to be that visible. And yes, in elevation form, I think the mass does read large, but I think when you're down on the ground and looking at it in a 3D form, I'm not sure that it's going to look quite as massive as it does. I like the idea that it is a simple extrusion in the back, and it's not being overly complicated. Because the house itself is a jewel, it's a beautiful house, and I wouldn't want to put anything on the back of this that was gonna compete with the main body of the house. So I'm fairly comfortable with what they present.
Yeah, I am too.
I do agree that maybe the restudy of fenestration, I think
Mhm.
fenestration and some of that detailing could significantly help. And then I like the way the porch is inset to kind of
Mhm.
clue that, okay, this is an addition. When it's pairing with the other side, it's an extension. I think that's a nice subtle touch that leads into it. And there's some nice details that really help to show kind of the progression of history over these additions.
I know I'd like to make sure that porch was inside.
Yeah.
I mean, just on the
We can make
drawings,
that
it
as
doesn't
a
look good.
condition.
Huh?
We can make that as a condition too.
Anybody want to do a motion?
Does anyone want to do a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the conceptual design and study the fenestration and incorporate BAR staff comments. Does that sound right?
But we need to add the comment about the porch.
And
And one of the staff comments, staff conditions is reduce overall massing. So I don't know that.
no, let's scratch that. So,
With board comments and
So,
with fenestration and porch.
yeah. So I'm gonna start over.
Okay.
Study fenestration
Mhm.
and verify the porch is set in from the side of the building.
any staff comments adopting or not?
No.
All right,
Do you want that to be a final review by staff?
Yes.
okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Darrell. It is for conceptual approval with a restudy of fenestration. The porch is to be inset. And this is to be you're asking for conceptual, so a conceptual approval with those conditions and preliminary and final reviews to be done by staff. Do we have a second? Okay, Becky seconds it. Okay. Let's put this to a vote. Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
Carol,
Yeah, in favor.
and Joel.
Yay in favor.
And chairman votes with majority, so it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, our next item on the agenda will be 56 Devereaux. Frankie?
56 Devereaux is in Wagner Terrace, Council District 6. It is not surveyed circa 1957 in the historic materials demolition purview. We're requesting partial demolition, including portions of brick veneer and siding, fenestration, and portions of roof. This is the property's location on Devereaux. Some existing site photos. Context of Devereaux. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Well, good evening. My name is Joe Highsmith, and at my age, it's not usual that I can say this is my first rodeo, but in this instance, it is my first rodeo. My first time before you folks. Like I drove up from Bluffton today just to say hello.
Thank you.
And as this is my first time, I'm hoping that when I push a button, something's going to come up, because all I have for you is what I presented to you folks in my initial. So if I push a button, something will happen.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes.
If it doesn't, I can always flip it for you.
Which
Should be the button to the right and aim it toward my computer.
Put my glasses on to be able to see it. 56 Devereaux is a ranch style house, as I'm sure you all saw yesterday or today. It is
How about that?
brick. Initially, if you take the low-tech method of looking the house up and go to Reddit or some real estate online service, you'll see that it was red brick at some point in the not too distant future. It's since been painted. So the brick's all painted. The exterior is a combination of what looks to me, what I would call channel rustic siding, smooth channel rustic siding and brick. And the house itself is quite close to the property line on the north side and pretty much touches the setback on the south side as well, on the front of the house. It's a split level house, so the main body of it is up at 30 inches above grade. And there's a small portion where the roof continues on down on the west elevation that has a laundry in it and a little bin. Steps down from the kitchen. The owners here want to add a primary suite to the rear of the house. That if you think of the house, right now it's an L shape house with the short leg of the L facing westward. And this addition would be completely on the eastern side of the house and would basically turn it into a U-shaped house with the short legs facing from the front and the rear, both facing south. It's a little peculiar. This is actually the front door, but it's on the left side elevation. You walk around the left side of the house to go into the front door. So you don't really see the front entry from Devereaux Street. This is the Devereaux Street elevation of the house. Let me go backwards here again. So what we're looking at here in this elevation, you can see the hatching. That's the brickwork and the siding and the gable end that needs to be removed. So the new addition to the house basically turns this existing wall into interior wall completely. The ridge will, I'm not sure as far as the purview is, the materials demolition purview is concerned. That's something you'd like for me to touch on, but the ridge for the heated portion of the house there will essentially rise up and move over to screen left as the heated space that's on this end will be wider than the heated space of the existing. So the ridge is going to shift over a bit. We'll lose some windows. In this elevation, and also wraps around the there's a small yes, there you go. You can see this is the south elevation of the house. Kind of looks like the front, but it isn't. So there's a window there will also be lost because the addition will wrap around that end. Built in 1957, there's more than one of these houses on that street. So this obviously was a development at some point in time. Here's the rear of the house who knows whether this deck was approved at some point in time, but it's there. This is the east elevation where the addition would occur. That's the Devereaux Street elevation, the west elevation. This is the south elevation. Again, there's the deck and that wood fencing that'll have to come down. The pergola also obviously. That's the best we could get for a north elevation. It's pretty tight. Side street. On the side property line. Rear deck, this is from the south, from the east elevation looking out towards the back of the property. So you can see, you look through, there are houses that back up to this, you look through to that, and there is a street beyond those houses. I'm not sure what the name of the street is. All I have for you.
All right. Do we have any board members have any questions?
Can you put it back on the site plan or survey?
Sure. I'll try.
Thank you.
So there's existing, you can see this, the setback line is that bottom horizontal line, screen bottom, inside of the property line, which is 25-foot setback, which is where this addition would go to. But essentially, what we're talking about is an extension of that heated space that will then continue on to the south. Not quite as far as the front section, the front leg of the U would, but close. There's nothing that's being done here that can be seen from Devereaux. And again, it's, we look through another lot, another occupied lots to the street behind.
Anyone else? Mr. Highsmith, can you kind of point out on the screen, just sort of maybe the outline of the roof removal? It was a little, wasn't quite understanding that.
There really isn't any roof removal, there's some overframe.
Overframing then.
Yes,
Okay, gotcha. All right.
So that would be, that overframing, again, here's our ridge is coming back here, and we've got a little wrap around here. So this ridge is going to step over
Okay,
about 4 feet.
gotcha,
So up, back down.
gotcha. Okay. So we're,
So
okay.
that little bit of roof, I guess, will be overframe. So
Okay.
that's all asphalt.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone from the public like to speak?
Laurel Fay with Preservation Society Charleston. The PSC appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning, where we noted that there's a sister house 2 doors down at 64 Devereaux. History has already seen so much historic character lost, particularly with the demolition of the Tobias Gadsden house across the street in recent years. As proposed, the scope of demolition impacts the entire rear elevation, and the PSC encourages a lighter touch to allow the corners and roof line to remain intact. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Frankie, would you give us your staff comments and recommendations?
Yes, sir. Staff observations, the proposal is highly visible due to the proximity of the corner. I would remind the board that we don't count trees and vegetation as blocking view. The windows and the roof form are character defining features and should be retained. Removal of the south portion changes the proportion of the structure. And we felt the drawings were unclear as to exactly what was being removed. There's potentially a portion on the north side being removed. Staff conditions for approval, we could support a reduced area of demolition of the rear facade below the roof line. And we're not supportive of demolition on the south. Staff recommendation is denial as submitted.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Highsmith, would you like to respond to anything that's been said? Staff or public?
I'm not at all sure how we could reduce the area of the demolition on the rear of this house and accomplish what's attempted to accomplish here. It's a small lot, it's a very small house. And that's the only place this work can go.
All right, thank you. All right. Let's, I guess we'll now go into board discussion and a vote. Like to start us out.
I will start. To me, I felt like we were missing some important drawings here, like a floor plan and a roof plan that would more clearly show what is being removed. However, I think we understand better what's being removed. And in looking at the demolition submittal requirements, it's not quite clear on how many drawings, like, it doesn't say existing and proposed demolition, side by side like we typically have in a conceptual. So we may need to look at that going forward, because he's provided what's listed in the actual submittal requirements. It helps to understand what you were saying about overframing. Having a roof plan could have been helpful in this case, just for future reference, I would say. I tend to agree with Preservation Society that taking away so much at the corner means we're losing that corner, and we like to see corners remain.
Anyone else?
I agree with the comment about the corner, specifically. I do think as I look at this house, like the character defining features that I would identify are, that it's asymmetrical arrangement. And that includes at the entry predominantly, and the windows, especially on Devereaux side. And its roof form, obviously, I think are large. I think as you move to the rear of the house, the brick veneer and some of the standard windows at that side are less, they're contributing to the character, but I don't think they're defining. I think you could see those type of windows on a variety of different houses of that period, and defining the architectural style of this house, I don't know that they are critical in achieving that. So I think those are two comments I would toss out there for board discussion.
I mean, I agree with those comments. The south elevation actually has the roof hatched. So I thought part of the roof was coming off. So I'm actually not sure if I'm clear on the extent, like the actual, I have to agree with Laura that I like to be a little bit more detailed. I mean, right now it looks like the entire back wall and then part of the south wall is being demolished.
I think to the rear is obviously the logical place to expand, but I am a little uncomfortable about the south wall. Actually losing that corner. I think I'd be comfortable with some sort of a rear addition that didn't sort of consume that rear corner of the building.
be ready for a motion.
Yeah, would someone like to make a motion or?
I'm not sure yet what this- but I don't know if we, from a logistical standpoint, do we defer for restudy of the area?
We could either defer for a restudy of the area, let them come back with with another proposal, given that we're concerned with certain things we've talked about, or we can approve portions of the submittal, or several different ways we could do it.
Is the board comfortable with demolition of the whole back wall?
I don't know why the whole back wall needs to be demolished if there's a 9-foot setback. So part of my question.
Is based on the drawings, he was asking for the whole back wall to be, is that right? Yeah.
Again, I'd like to see that corner. So,
Both corners, because you're also saying the corner on the tight side to the
Yeah.
property line.
Generally, and this building's a little unusual because we're usually dealing with more traditional, Charleston single houses, Freeman's cottages like that. But I mean, typically though, we like to see those, when you're having addition on the back, we'd like to see those original corners still expressed and the addition joined with some sort of a hyphen or inset a little bit. So, if you wanted to, you could, if this is the way you guys are going, you can approve the demolition of the back with say, we've done this before, with the condition that a certain portion of the rear of the house remain.
The corner.
Yeah, those corners still be expressed. So there's several ways that this can be done.
I'd personally like to defer it for more information
I was
and for the
starting to think about it.
opportunity for the applicant to restudy it based on the comments.
And
A more
you
detailed submittal to understand what exactly is being removed. Like the whole wall versus the brick only, so that we have a better understanding. The specific hatched area, what's going to come out.
would you like to make?
Is it permissible for me to make
Do any of you have a question?
it might help
Sir, would you like to ask a question of the board?
I would like to ask a question of the board, maybe offer a little clarification. When I initially made a submittal that had a whole lot more information than this, but it had everything. It had the new plan, and it was rejected, sent back because it was the wrong information. And I was told that, or I understood from my conversation, that what I was really meant to send is just show what was being removed. So that's what I've sent you now. And you're absolutely correct. I mean, as I sat and listened to the initial applicants tonight, I said, this is not going to go well. Because you need to see what's going to happen. And, but I understood that you don't want to see what's going to happen, just what are you tearing off? So that's what I sent you.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is this weird area of town where the board only has purview over the demolition. We have no purview over what's going back.
But you want to see what's happening, just to say.
Not us. It's what our legal department has told us what we can and cannot see. They're saying that we cannot see what's going back. So it makes it very difficult to make these decisions. It'd be so much easier if we knew what was going back, but our legal department says, no, we can't look at that stuff.
Because I've sat on boards just as you all sit here today, and what's going back is.
It's so important,
It's in
to
perfect
understand.
keeping with a mid-century split level home.
So I can make a motion and try to give you some good direction to help hopefully. I move that we defer for restudy of the area of demolition with a board condition to maintain original corners,
Two rear original corners.
the two original, yeah, two rear, yes. And that the submittal package should include a clear floor plan and exterior elevations that dimensions what is being removed with notations. It might say, and you don't have to write all this down, Bill, but as an architect who puts these together, and I'm on your side often, to show a floor plan that says 1 foot of existing veneer remains, we're gonna remove 20 feet of veneer only. Stud wall to remain. You know, we're remaining 12 inches of veneer over here, and to have a roof plan that's clear about this area will be overframed. We are removing shingles only. That kind of thing would be more helpful to us to be able to then make a decision without having what's going back, because then we know whatever you're taking back is going to maintain those original corners. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but if we have to retain the two rear existing corners on the heated space, what we need to do can't happen. There's not enough room for that. Unfortunately.
Is, you know, we often use, and I'm sure you're familiar with this term. We often use the term hyphens, even if you pinched in a little bit of a hyphen on the back, coming off the back, and then went back out. Could you make something work that way?
Sure, you could step one corner in. I don't think we can step both of them in there.
I think the applicant
So-
has to figure it out
Yeah, I think
based
so,
on
too,
what's
yeah.
allowable
Yeah.
for demolition. But I agree.
Yeah.
The use of a hyphen is.
Yeah.
It's very.
Did I clear, is my motion clear enough? Do you want to repeat it to all of us so we remember what I said?
Do you want the long rambling thing that you gave?
No, you did a great job of paring it down.
Okay, deferral, for the restudy of the area of demolition to the rear. With a design which maintains the two rear corners. And I'm not gonna go into the detail of the submittal, other than to say submittal of the appropriate drawings. Would that work?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
all right. Frankie, did that work?
Yeah, I took notes on.
Okay, all right.
one.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Laura. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Second by Becky, and let's do a vote. Becky,
Yay.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Yay in favor.
Joel.
Yay in favor.
Sorry, Joel. I'll get used to you being here. Okay, chair votes with the majority, the motion passes unanimously. I'm gonna write in big letters. The name here. All right, move on to our next item. Which will be 182 Gordon Street. Frankie?
182 Gordon is in Wagner Terrace, Council District 6. It is a category 4, circa 1940 in the historic materials demolition purview. Requesting partial demolition, including portions of roof and the mechanic. This is the property's location on Gordon. Some existing site photos. Context of Gordon. and sandboard map showing the history of the structure. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Frankie. John Sullivan with SARC Studio, representing the applicant. We're asking for a few minor modifications to the building. Sorry I couldn't be out there this morning, but hopefully the client walked you through everything. None of the major form is changing. What we're looking to change is remove the aluminum canopy at the front door, which is very low. It's only like 6'8" of the lowest part of it, and it's also patched down the center. So roof area at that same location just to be overframed. Yeah, screen door there. Also, get the elevations here. There. Cut a couple of holes in the roof or something maybe. I can't say what might go there. There's also in the gables of the attic space, which is the largest attic I've ever seen that was never used. There's some vinyl windows, so we like to remove those vinyl windows. We would like to remove, there's a small rear porch that is screened in. We'd like to move the screen in there. The form's going to stay. Just like to do something besides screen in there. And then we'd like to remove that one rear window right there. The brick around it will stay the same. Might be going something there, but they needs a higher sill. So like to move that, replace that with a different window. I think that's about it. There's also there are these weird screens on the windows too that are hung from the outside, and they're like those. Get rid of those.
Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
I do. At the front where you're proposing to remove some of the roof.
Yeah.
Are you just removing shingles there to,
They'll be overframed, yes.
thank you, that's what I was trying to understand.
And where those dashed lines are on the front, is that accurately drawn to the width that you
Yes.
hoping to get?
And height.
Yes. Yeah, we're not going to the ridge or to the soffit.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, do we have anybody from the public speaking?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning. In general, we encourage limiting the scope of demolition to facilitate dormers to less visible elevations where possible. The front sloped roof is a character-defining feature of this minimal traditional property, and given that there appear to be alternative locations where demolition would be less impactful, we ask that the applicant explore options to avoid impacts to the front elevation. Thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone else? Okay, Frankie, can you give us your staff comments and recommendations?
Yes, sir. Staff just had a couple observations. One, that the placing and sizing of the demo off the ridge is as staff would recommend. And two, that the window alteration is minimally visible due to the placement of garage. Staff recommendation is approval as submitted.
Okay. John, do you have anything?
Yes, I'll just address the roof dormer location quickly. Unfortunately,
Let me go back for you.
yeah.
Sorry, that thing doesn't always like going back. Page
Go back to the plan. Yeah, unfortunately, there was the full width gable coming off that back roof. And so there's no place other than the front to put the dormers or whatever, the holes, that will allow light in there. And that's the main mass of there. Put them in, cutting the holes in the back would not be functional. And we thought this was more attractive than cutting bigger holes in the gable and keeping the original brick and the original form of those walls.
All right, well, questions. Okay, that will conclude the applicant presentation and board comment period, and we will now go into board discussion.
I don't have any problem with the application with the exception of the dormers, or I'm stuck on those.
Me too. That's my only hang up.
Throw that out there.
When you stand in the street and look around, it's very similar to a lot of the roofs around it.
Right. Right, I would be in favor of getting light in on any of the other roof forms, but that particular front one is difficult to accept.
And I ask a question of John. So John, on the very back side of that main cross ridge, two dormers would not get you the light in that you.
On the other way back.
Well, actually, either one.
Um, the way the roof goes,
Mhm.
you can't put them on the back side of that front. There's,
Of the front, yeah,
and if you put them on the back, they're so far away from.
It
the
doesn't.
front that,
get you what you need.
Yeah.
Okay. What about, and I always hate to direct people into cutting into brick, because it's always so hard to match and everything. But if you were able to get, say, a couple of double windows and those two end gables, would that get you what you needed, or?
it'd be more helpful, but still, it's good of an option. And I think these holes that being set back as far they are from the front, from the ridge,
Mhm.
I think they're very minimal. Also, you can see, I mean, that's right across the street where they cut a bigger
Yeah.
hole in the front. And there was definitely along the block instances of similar things. So it's not uncommon in this block and area to do that.
Yeah, it's just a lot of those things were done before the
Right,
board had
yeah.
purview. of
Now you
that
can even
area.
see in the back corner there, there's not room to get it between, because that gable of the rear is the full width of the
Mhm.
building.
And is it about light or light and egress?
Light and egress, yeah. Just because it's a very long space, and even if you did have windows just on the end, you're not gonna get to the middle with anything. And the back is, again, this, you can see the size of that space up there that's not used.
Can you switch it to the side elevation? Base side elevation?
Sean?
Yeah, that's fine. Just, there's a ton of space up there, yeah. Or more, almost as much up down as down.
Yeah. See from the rear elevation, you really can't cut them on the backside.
Yes.
So the only option is if it was no to the front, would be the sides, right? Cutting the brick and,
If it's just about light, could you get a couple of skylights that
Just
don't
wondering,
face the
yeah.
street? Yeah.
Well, we still need egress.
Yeah.
So it's both.
I'm just wondering if there's a combination of solutions that might be available.
Well, the end window is a casement that look like a double hung would probably qualify.
Yeah.
Depending on the size.
I think you could make, I think there are ways you can make big egress and light on those gable ends, even if you have to increase open a little bit. Which I think would work better in just in my opinion, than cutting holes in the roof. On the front elevation.
Well, would someone like to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve everything except the holes in the roof on the front elevation. And if he needs to add windows to the sides or the rear, it could be dealt with at staff level. Yeah. Preliminary and final at staff.
It would just be a final since it's demolition.
Oh, okay.
As far as, okay, with windows being added, you're speaking of the two side
Yes, sir.
gables? Okay.
It gives them flexibility. Hopefully.
That's a good addition.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, let me read it back for you first. Daryl has put a motion on the floor. Would be approval as submitted with the exception of the roof cuts on the front. With giving the option of adding windows in the two side gables. Is that correct?
Yes.
With review items by staff.
Yes, with final review by staff. And Laura, you seconded it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's put this thing to a vote. Becky,
Yay in favor.
Laura,
Yay, in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Joel.
Yay in favor.
Chair votes with a majority. The project passes unanimously. Next item up will be 63 Noonan Street. Frankie?
63 Noonan Street is in West Side Council District 6. It is a category 4 with a 1920 new historic materials demolition curbs. They're requesting after the fact approval for partial demolition. This is the property's location on Noonan Street. From site photos from Google. Context of Noonan. A historic image from the architectural inventory. Sanborn map showing the history of the structure. And then I've included some inspection photos. This one is from October. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
How's everybody doing? These out. Go. This is just our program. Yeah, if you want to share, I got a couple more in case anyone needs them. How's everyone doing? My name is Zach Highfield, and I'm here to stand up for fair treatment and affordability in Charleston. The historic preservation is important, but the way these regulations are enforced is creating an imbalance, driving up costs and making housing less affordable, forcing property owners to use outdated materials and going through tighter regulations creates a financial burden that gets passed down to renters and buyers. If we don't address this, only the wealthy will be able to afford to live here. But beyond affordability, we must talk about fairness. I'll be the first to admit I have made my fair share of mistakes, and I've learned, but I'm not the only one who has made mistakes. Others made the same mistakes, but weren't held to the same standard. I was singled out and forced into costly requirements that others avoided, such as being required to lower 63 Noonan back to original height, not just to have to raise it 8 feet to get into FEMA flood standards. Not everyone has been held to that standard. I was in 2 houses, 63 and 65 Noonan. Even worse, building inspectors charged field fines, making me feel like we were good to go on the project, but apparently we were not. We were also told we were good to continue after the building department came by multiple times while we were under construction And then only after House fell did they decide to start enforcing unjust regulations upon me. I am aware whatever happened to those, I'm unaware whatever happened to those field fines that I paid when they were collected in the field. This isn't just about my case, it's about equal treatment for everyone. If we're enforcing these rules, they should apply consistently, not selectively. If we care about preserving Charleston, we should also care about preserving fairness and affordability for the people who live and work here. Candidly speaking, it's unclear why my attendance is required while I was even required to come to this meeting because I mean, I informed the bar that the bank is taking these properties back, so I don't even know I'm here. Like, there's nothing I can do. The bank, it's the bank that's gonna be the one dealing with them. But, you know, maybe it's to make an example of a 25-year-old, because that's been the case ever since 190 Street fell over. I'm here to stay, I'm here to stay. I run sober living homes, this is what this property was going to be used for, as well as 65 Noonan. Unfortunately, that will not be the case due to unfair treatment I've experienced. But nonetheless, I continue to strive for greatness in this city and continue to help the community by being a strong support system for people actively in recovery, as well as advocating for affordable housing. I was told to leave town by the staff. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to stay. I'm here to impact the community through our program and our mission. Lastly, I asked the board to rethink policies and push housing costs and push fair treatment so to ensure that there's equal enforcement and regulations to maintain the affordability within Charleston. Let's just, you know, put all this aside and let's continue to try to make Charleston, you know, a place of history, opportunity, and fairness. That's really all I have to say because I can't do nothing with the property, bank's taking it back. But anyone that is a family member, anyone that's facing addiction and that needs help, we are a tier 2 program. We're pretty structured, a lot more structured than Oxford House. The community needs it, and we're here for the community. So that's all I really have to say. Like I said, bank's taking them back, so feel free to comment. But if anyone does want a brochure, has anyone that thinks their family members or whatnot could help with our program, we're here. So.
Okay, do any of the board members have any questions?
No?
Do we have anyone in the public that would like to speak?
Hey, hi, how y'all doing? I'm Amanda Sturber. I live right across the street from those two properties, and I appreciate the work you're doing, seriously. I think, honestly, two things. I do agree with you that we can come to a better conclusion on affordability and housing. And the program you're running is fantastic. I hope you do learn your lesson though, because that house has been absolutely Frankenstein. I mean, my dogs try to go over there all the time. Their kids are around that neighborhood. I mean, that house is really a danger. And it's ruined a lot of the architecture of that house. And as someone that lives across it, I mean, I have a picture window that looks right at it. I do worry about what it's gonna look like when it gets rebuilt, right? So I understand and I appreciate that you're looking to learn lessons. I live on this street and we were never consulted by you before you bought the property. I support what you're doing, but there was no collaboration with the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I thought we were good because there was more, like I said, there was multiple building inspections that showed up on site and told us to continue working. We were good to go. There was even field fines, so I thought I was good, but I'm sorry it worked out like that because our goal was to get the house, you know, done and whatnot. So I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Do we have anyone else?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members and city staff. My name is Arthur Lawrence and I live at 212 Fishburne Street, over 75 years. And I was the neighborhood president in this area for over 20 years. And we brought it from decay to now people fighting to come in. And when that happened, you know, property value goes up, rent goes up, and that's part of America. Now, I spent 28 years with Department of Defense, and we have rules. And Charleston is a lovely place. I love living here in Charleston. You know, we have city council, we have boards, and we have rules that we have to follow. Everybody have rules to follow. When you break the rules, you get punished. And in the city of Charleston, we work together to make sure that everybody have access. And you have the ability to go on the web, come down #2 George Street to find out what the rules are. When you go into a neighborhood, you know they have neighborhood association and things go before those boards. And when people talk about affordability in Charleston, they're talking about people who work here can live here. And when someone said we're building homes for affordability and for people that work here in the city of Charleston, we have to take a close look at that. And now, in my neighborhood, we have lost some historical property in this neighborhood. Housing with unique features in this neighborhood. We had houses that collapsed on the street, on people's car in this neighborhood. We had a house on President Street. Came before a board or after the fact. That house is still in the same condition. You know, you can't commit a crime and then ask for forgiveness. And, you know, you have to see the Pope and ask for forgiveness. And we have to hold people accountable for not following the rule. In time, we need to preserve every home in Charleston with unique features. You just can't allow people to come into a neighborhood, start something, change the historical fabric of that particular house, then come ask for forgiveness. We cannot continue to allow this in this neighborhood. So I ask you to deny this and continue to save this neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Amanda Nestor, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed this application and we're incredibly disappointed to see another after-the-fact demolition request from the applicant. As a reminder, 190 Line Street collapsed into the street because of the extensive damage caused by the applicant. 63 Noonan is very similar condition, and we've observed the demolition at 65 Noonan. Charleston's historic fabric is being compromised because of reckless and unpermitted actions of the applicant, who has demonstrated an alarming disregard for preservation regulations. Once again, the applicant has undertaken illegal demolition of historic material and is now asking for after-the-fact approval. This pattern is not only unacceptable, it's an outright violation of Charleston's preservation standards that protect the architecture and cultural values that define our city. We must increase penalties for illegal demolition and intentional unpermitted demolition of historic material. Additionally, we question the license and construction knowledge of any contractor or subcontractor involved because this does not meet preservation best practices and should never occur in our historic district. If approval is given for after-the-fact demolition, it will set a dangerous precedent. There should be no leniency, no approval after the fact, and no tolerance for the applicant's continued disregard for the city of Charleston's well-established preservation guidelines. We recommend denial of this application and that all remaining historic material be used in the reconstruction of 63 Noonan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Laura?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC is opposed to this after-the-fact request for demolition that is the second in the West Side neighborhood in just 3 months. While this submittal is confusing and incomplete, this morning's site visit revealed the extent of unauthorized demolition that occurred beyond the permitted scope of work. This is becoming a pattern in Charleston's historic neighborhoods, especially those north of Line Street. We are seeing applicants seek lower level permits for repair or renovation and substantially exceeding the approved scope. The current ordinance does not adequately address this type of after-the-fact request. Elevated penalties, including potential suspension of business licenses, board discretion to deny applications for the property up to 5 years and even jail time are only enabled when demolition occurs after a formal demolition request is denied by the board. Changes to the ordinance are urgently needed to provide stronger recourse for cases when permission isn't sought in the first place. The silver lining here is that the reckless dismantling of this historic building was caught and stopped just short of total loss. We urge the board to deny after the fact demolition and to require immediate stabilization of the front facade, which is the last remaining historic portion of this building. Additionally, we ask the board to require accurate reconstruction of all demolished features in their previous form using authentic materials and details, and incorporating as much salvageable historic material as possible, and that the applicant provide detailed reconstruction drawings for review in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, do any of the board members have any
So I have a
questions?
couple of questions,
Okay,
but do we do them now or after Frankie?
well, let's go ahead and go
You
with
can ask
Frankie's,
them at any time as a board.
Okay. Are you a licensed contractor?
I'm just a developer.
Is there a licensed contractor on the project? You had a licensed contractor that pulled a permit for the project, correct? Can you explain the permitted work versus the work that actually was happening? It appeared to me that the permitted work says for finishes like new flooring, new light fixtures, paint inside, and
Yeah, I
and the
think,
entire building is all new framing.
I think it was a mistake in the paperwork.
That permit is posted in the front window. Your contractor could easily see that permit. So when he started framing, why wouldn't he go back and say, I need to get a proper permit? This is way beyond the scope.
No.
Sorry. That's all I had.
Frankie, would you like to give us your staff comments and recommendations?
Staff had just sort of a timeline of, what has been going on with this building going back to September. I've got it up on the screen. I'm not gonna go through all of the details. Well, I can. September 10th, there was a building stop work order issued. October 3rd, there was a second building stop work order issued, and I mean by the building department. I apologize. October 25th, BAR issued a stop work order. October 30th, email was sent by staff. Oops, apologies, that was Rachel. Sorry, some of this information was sent to me by enforcement officers. Where was I? Excuse me. December 3rd, a status check was done by our enforcement officers. He spoke to him on the phone, but he didn't have a record of when the phone call took place. January 9th, there was a site visit status check done. Jimmy, our enforcement officer, also sent an email. And January 14th, there was another site visit status check done, potentially for an upcoming summons. The structure is a front gable bungalow, which is constructed circa 1920. And per our architecture survey, there are less than 400 of these remaining on the peninsula. While this is not a vernacular specific to Charleston, it is indicative of its time and shows the progression of development in this area. Staff recommendation is a denial of demolition after the fact. I missed one of my comments when we copied things over. Let me apologize. Staff also would require that any board motion to have a timeline for an applicant to complete said action. And our recommendation would be a denial of demolition after the fact, structure to be restored as was, retaining original material, and an application to be submitted for a permit within 180 days.
Okay, thank you, Frankie. Mr. Highfield, would you like to respond to anything? been said?
I just think that the next person that's gonna be dealing with this property is, it's not gonna be me, because like I said, the bank's taking it, so. I know this happened, I mean, it'll happen, there, like, we bought 3 at once, and there's a reason why they're all so tightly close together, because, like, we were good to go. The building inspections came out, like I said, I got charged field times, and, they came out, and they knew, they kept us working. It wasn't until that house on Line Street fell over when they just shut everything down, so. That's all, I mean, that's all I really have to say. So, I mean, bank's taking it, I don't know what to do here. I mean, damn near put me out of business, so.
Okay, the applicant presentation, public comment period is closed now, and we will now go into board discussion.
I have a question for staff in general. Do y'all have photographs from, like, when the stop work order first happened? Was it essentially the condition that it's in now, where it's just that front wall and porch remaining and everything else was new framing?
The best photos that our enforcement officer gave me were these from his October 25th inspection.
One on September 24th, it's similar condition without a roof.
Jimmy would have photos of the ones he's, of each of his visits. But these were the ones that I had pulled, so I apologize for not pulling over each one.
Yeah, I was just, I was interested to know, coming into this without having prior involvement with other projects of the similar state, as to how much work continued to happen after, how much demolition of and loss of historic fabric continued, but not that it would. Other than having photographs that might show us how to reconstruct it.
I'm assuming that any decision that gets assigned to the property conveys from the property, right? And it's not just to this particular owner, but somebody has purchased, or the bank has the property now, that the directive of the board goes with the property.
That is my understanding.
And so I'm just curious, how does if someone buys this, I mean, is there any way that information gets disclosed to the buyer?
We would have to confirm with legal and find out, because it should be part of their disclosure, but I'm not certain.
It's on the disclosures, when you do a real estate transaction, it's on the seller disclosure, so the bank would be the one that would need to disclose it. Yes.
You can speak if you're asked a question.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Anything else?
Make a motion.
Sounds good.
Make a motion to deny the application. Can we require a structural engineer to get involved to stabilize the front porch and structure? Is that something that can happen?
BDR doesn't normally review any bracing permits. But I can check with building and see if that's something that they require.
There could be a health, safety, and welfare issue with that, so I would assume they could do that.
I'll take it to the chief building official.
And then lastly, I'm not quite sure how to word it, but historicals, let's see, restore with historical materials.
We need to add a timeline.
Tomorrow.
Can we, I should have said this earlier, we want to make sure that front door gets replicated. That was something we noticed today that was significant.
That's pretty bad. I mean, when you have a beautiful door surround the door, like you have on that house, and you just take a sawzall and go straight through the middle of it. I mean, one of the best features of that house, which was 100% intact. And you just buzz through it with a sawzall. I mean, well, I'm sorry, we've got a motion on the floor. Would you like to put a time limit on this?
Gonna be 10 days.
I think it needs to be something that's reasonable.
Well, I'm just worried it's gonna fall over and hurt somebody, so
10 days for your stabilization, but then let's put a timeline, like staff had recommended. Had recommended, 180 days for applying for a permit to restore the building.
yeah.
I think 180 is very generous.
We want to reduce that.
Since we have precedents of one of these falling over, it would seem that building department would want to get involved sooner than later. A lot of kids around there.
The 180, do you want to stick with the 180 or do you want to go with some shorter?
I would still stick with the 10 days for the
Right, for
stabilization.
the stabilization. And 180 for the, coming back in with a restoration drawing.
6 months.
Yes. Restoration plan. Okay. All right, I think I've got it here.
Can we say restoration drawings per the DRB guidelines
Yeah.
or the AR, I'm sorry. I get them all mixed up.
Wrong municipality.
Okay, we have a motion on the table from Darrell. The motion is denial of after the fact demolition. The house is to be restored using historic materials. The house is to be stabilized within 10 days. And a full set of drawings outlining the restoration of the building are to be submitted within 180 days following the AR guidelines. Does that
I think
make
that's
sense?
clear that we're retaining what's there.
We can,
I mean,
Say that again?
are we clear that we're retaining what's there?
Yes.
I mean,
yes,
stabilize
we
it.
have-
Right.
yeah,
Rewrite it.
from this 10 days for the stabilization and
Of the remaining historic fabric.
of the remaining historic fabric.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you. There you go.
Got that, Frankie?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, do I have a second?
I will second that.
All right, Laura seconds it. Okay, put this to a vote. Becky,
Yay in favor.
Laura,
Yay, in favor.
Darrell,
Yay in favor.
and Joel.
Yay in favor.
Got it this time. Chair votes with a majority. Motion passes unanimously. Right?
Thank you.
We're gonna find an engineer in 10 days.
Google.
Good question, right?
Google.
I
Hey, Google. I'm pretty sure like 2 months, you're an architect, you know how they can be backed up.
several of us are architects, yes, but
Yeah.
that's your responsibility considering what's happened.
Yeah, I got you. It's been like that for 4 months, so it hasn't moved, it's been pretty stable. But if the city would love to provide an engineer to help out, that would be amazing, because I know my engineer's 2 months out, so. I just
Okay.
think that.
We're gonna move on to the next item.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for everybody's time. Y'all have a good one. If anyone knows anyone that is facing addiction, we are here to help. We are a community resource, so.
Okay. Our next item on the agenda.
We're going to take a 10-minute break before moving on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, next item.
Keep going? Okay. All right, our next item on the agenda is 96 Murray Boulevard. Frankie?
96 Murray is in Charleston, Council District 8 is a Category 4 Circuit 1960 in the Old Historic District, requesting partial demolition, including side stair and ironwork railing. This is the property's location on Murray Boulevard. Existing site photos. The context of Murray. and architecture inventory from 1973. And then we have this one Sanborn map from 1955. Over to the applicant.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Frankie. My name is Lauren Sanchez with Lauren Sanchez Design, representing our client, Casey and Mike Elevette. I spoke with Travis about this, but the application description is not in line with the request. And I sincerely apologize for not being able to meet at the site where I could have clarified that. The application, works to make clear what the request is. This building, as you have seen, is currently under interior renovation. It has met permit approval and BAR staff approval for several items. And there were 2 items that were on our request that we were requested to come before the full staff for. Those are the items I was going to review today. The building is originally from 1955 and has met several additions through the years. There's a 1955 original home, of course, and there's original blueprints, which are so exciting to see, all tattered and beautiful. There was a portico addition in 1969 and the front home addition in 1980. The applicant is really very honored to be in historic Charleston, and in fact, part of our permit approval involved the removal of about 400 square feet of the home at the back, which was an addition that was not permitted. And so, in other words, very keen on honoring the history of the home. The application is actually for the removal of, or excuse me, the replacement of a side railing. Let's see, we'll go into further detail, but this rail right here, our permit sought approval for moving of the stair on the side of the house, which we were granted. It's written on our permit. But in trying to relocate this fence or this railing, which you can see is actually parallel to the house. It doesn't turn the corner, so it's less visible from the street. It is in such disrepair, it would not hold together. It's lucky that it's still standing. The homeowner is preserving all other elements of the house, including a similar rail at the front steps. But the side step, this rail is, you can sort of see that it's seen better days. And we were still planning to try to take it down and place it at the new stair that was permit approved, the new stair location on the side of the house. But then the homeowner's daughter stuck her head through the railing and had a bit of a panic and asked if, given that it's the stair is going to be positioned further back to the house, if because it's less visible from the public way, this is the stair's current location, our permit has approved that it moved back here, and the part that needed to go to you all was just the not reusing the railing in its new location. Because the new stair will be placed further back and the railing, excuse me, the rail is parallel to the house and less visible from the street, we were hoping that you all would approve our redesign of the rail, of that particular rail with a code compliant railing. The second part of the request is the changing of a window in the new kitchen for the home. So this home is a 4,000 square foot home that this lovely growing family is planning to occupy year round, which they're thrilled for. And the kitchen in the home is 8 feet wide by 14.5 feet long. And one might say that's insufficient for a growing family. And because the house was built in 1955, the original kitchen, which is this portion right here, had a window that was above counter height, because that's classic to a 1955 architecture. Now, in historic Charleston homes, we do a lot of preservation and restoration and interior work on homes. Our favorite detail is not raising windows above the counter and honoring those original window heights in a home. And we need to put a kitchen in a location where there are tall windows. We have some of our favorite details are how to elegantly engage those full height windows.
In this instance, however, because the original home is from 1955 and the original kitchen window was above counter, it seems fitting that when we expand the kitchen to a more proportionate size for the house, that the new window in the expanded part of the kitchen follows suit with the original 1955 height above the countertop. So just honoring the original era of the house. So the two requests are the replacement of an historic side rail and the raising, keeping the window in its same location, but raising the sill height to match the 1955 original sill height of the original kitchen and home. These elevations work to describe those two things as well. This is the front of the house, of course, and this is the side view of that railing, which again does not turn the corner. It's not parallel to the side of the house and perpendicular to the street, making it less visible. Whenever the stair is pushed back and that railing is gone, this line will be the visible difference. Excuse me. Again, the house has been permitted and BAR staff approved for several things. So this is the original kitchen window that in expansion of the kitchen, again, making it more proportionate to the size of the house, we would propose to honor that original 1955 window height and continue it to the other portion of the kitchen. The other part of the request is again that this railing would be made new and code compliant. This is going to be a stair that the family uses a lot, and it was alarming for the mother to have her daughter's head through the I'll imagine through the radius of the original historic railing. This is the new proposed sort of lattice inspired railing design that would be proposed to happen at that side stair. And next applicant. I suppose that's all we have.
Anyone have any questions for the applicant? Okay. Do you have anyone from the public that would like to speak?
The Conservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning. This ironwork is a very interesting and unique character-defining feature that is likely original to the home, and we encourage its repair rather than removal. If repair is not feasible, we ask that this ironwork be replicated and incorporated into the new stair design. Thank you.
Thanks, Laurel. Anyone else? Hey, Frankie, if you give us your staff comments and recommendations.
Okay, we just had an observation and a comment. We did meet with the applicant following the permit submittal, and our staff's view was that we could not approve the removal of the railing as it was a character defining feature. We did approve these sort of swapping of the location of the door in a window, but we wanted the railing moved to the new location. Staff condition for approval, we would recommend adding, repairing rail as is and adding a temporary screening for the homeowner's children. Our recommendation was denial as proposed.
Thank you. Ms. Sanchez, do you have anything else you'd like to say or contribute or?
No, just that the window in the kitchen was another important part of the application.
I'm sorry, we didn't have an issue with the window and it just didn't translate into comments.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the applicant presentation period and public comment period, and we'll go into board discussion.
I have a thought. Originally, when we were on site, I agree that it's definitely character defining. When it's moving to a new location, a whole new stair, a whole new location, new door and everything, I can also see putting a new railing there rather than trying, because that's new. It's not trying to tell a historic, it's not trying to create a fake history as that being the original. Between the damage that's already done, like just over time to the railing, and that it's going in a different location, I kind of feel a little differently than I did when we were talking on site today.
And the railing and going out there, it's rotted out. I mean, that no one in their right mind would try to repair and reuse it. It's in really bad shape. I can see your argument about new location, new rail, but One nice thing that I noticed out there was the consistency, that pattern is in the two front rails going up to the front steps. It's in both of the gates. I kind of like that repetition, the consistency. And then the new railing design, I think is just, I think you could do some sort of a combination of the two. You could pick up on what's there, pick up on some of the design work that's in the existing rail, but maybe in order to make it code compliant, you add some additional elements to it to make it slightly different.
The elements or something.
Yeah. Until the child's head gets bigger, so. Sorry.
I would echo Laura's comments too, and I think there is a nice median. It is plugging into a different age edition. And I do think that it's not just a new location, but it's plugging in on the 1980s edition there. Well, I understand the push to have a commonality, and I do think matching it exactly is, historical guidelines call for differentiation, and I think there can be a commonality between those languages, but the differentiation is, I think, nice.
Anyone else? Someone like to make a motion?
I can try one. I would make a motion, we didn't talk about the windows, but I would make a motion to approve the window request. And deferral of the railing for restudy to better tie in and meet code compliance. Does that make sense?
At staff level or back to the VA?
Can we make a deferral that goes to staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, then yes. Final review by staff. That'll be easy for everybody.
Okay, have a motion on the floor for I guess this was conceptual is what they're asking. Is that the way it was worded, Frankie?
I was
I was
wording
worded
it as
as
a
a
demolition,
demolition.
you can.
Even
say
though,
sure, yeah.
even though it included the one that was just
Yes.
listed as a demolition. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this, how about this? Conceptual approval. Let's do final approval for the alterations to the side windows. Deferral of the new railing in order to come up with a design that ties into the architecture of the existing railings while also being code compliant. Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the idea is that it's not a replication of the existing rails, but at least a
Make it
nod
taller.
to them. Yeah. Okay. Do I have a second to Laura's motion?
Listen,
Joel? And okay, Becky?
Yeah, in favor.
Laura?
Yay in favor.
Carol?
yay in favor.
Joel?
Yay in favor.
All right. Chair votes with a majority. Project passes unanimously. All right, let's move on to our next one. Thank you, which is going to be number 200 Cumming Street. Frankie?
200 Cumming Street is in Canberra, Elliotburg, Council District 4. It is not surveyed circa 1930. As we found out earlier, it's actually older than that. 1930 is when it was relocated in the Old City District, requesting demolition of accessory building on site noted as the caretaker's house. This is the property's location on Cumming Street. Existing site photo. Some context of Cumming Street. In and board map showing the history of the structure. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Robert Coral, and I'm with the Rutledge Associates Group, for the owner of the property. I'll take a minute just to walk through some of the context. There's a lot in here from the engineering standpoint, but I think it's mostly going to be hearing your questions. I appreciate you all visiting the site today and learning a little bit more about the history of it. I think we all learned a little bit more about the history of it. I know I did. So, again, we renovated this property as affordable housing for senior living. I think circa 2004, it was about 20 years ago. And we're back in the cycle now of looking at doing some upgrades and some things at the site. And this caretaker's house continues to be in a state of disrepair, as you can see from the photos. I'll kind of skip through the engineer's report. This basically says that the building itself is not in good shape. It's severe state of disrepair is left. But I won't get bogged down, and I think the photos are really more interesting to review. But by and large, it's in the middle of the property. There is a little bit of, some homelessness in the area. We do have concern about safety within the structure itself, and given its state of disrepair and near collapse, lack of structural integrity, we do think it's best to tear it down, but certainly wanted to go through the process with you all and hear your position as well, and further understand the history of it. So that's about all I have to talk about. I think you've read the report, you've seen the photos, you've been to the site. Turn it back to you to ask any question. What you want to do.
Any board members have any comment, any questions of the applicant?
I have one question.
Okay.
Your organization has owned the property since 2000.
Around that time,
Somewhere.
it was a
around that.
historic rehab as a affordable housing project.
Okay. So your organization would have been in charge of maintaining that house?
That's correct.
Okay,
And I'm not certain what the condition was at that time.
right.
It probably wasn't great, but.
Yeah, I was wondering I guess if there were any photos from back then, they would have been an application.
Probably so. I don't know that there were. We could certainly look for that if it was relevant.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have anyone from the public that would like to speak? Kevin?
So I was out there this afternoon and had a chance to speak a little bit. I'm totally opposed to the demolition of this building, and in large part, it is because the application refers to a 1930 building. The building that is out there was not a 1930 building, and even a cursory examination of it should indicate that is true. In fact, that existing building, it was built in 1851, maybe 1852, and I will not, go too much into the reasoning for that. It unambiguously was the original construction of the house that was built for the Sigwalds and was used as their home. And in 1930, it was actually confirmed to have been the existing or earlier building because the owner at the time was sued when a relocation happened to jack up the house a little bit and slide it back on the house on the lot. When the existing property, the school was constructed, and it would really be a shame to see the existing house, which, like I said, dates to the 1850s, not the 1930s, would be demolished, especially because it was used, as the application, I guess, sort of casually recognizes, was done for the janitor to live in, which was a not uncommon building style or use, at least throughout the, you know, the 1930s, 40s and 50s. It's not an unusual use. And it's, I think, one of the only remaining examples of that type of use of a building. The others have been demolished. It would be really a shame to see this one torn down for really no compelling reason. I know that the piazza is in bad condition, obviously. Wonder how much of that has occurred during the current owner's tenure, but it would just be a shame to see a building, you know, of significance demolished. Really, it's a demolition by neglect, frankly, and I would hate to see it go. Anywho, totally opposed.
Thank you, Kevin. Anyone else like to speak?
So I think we start rock, paper, scissors at the beginning of the meeting.
Amanda Hester, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for the demolition of the caretaker's house at 200 Cummings Street, which at this point is a demolition by neglect. As a preservation organization, we are opposed to the demolition of historic structures. Despite needing rehabilitation and having the Charleston Fire Department unsafe plaque replaced in 2021, the building remains intact and retains important historic characteristics, including its form and materials. We have all seen structures in much worse condition successfully rehabilitated. Furthermore, this building has significant history that, based on the South Carolina Department of Archives and History letter provided in the application, will make it eligible for National Register listing and historic tax credit, both of which the applicant is interested in pursuing for the project. We request denial of this application and encourage the applicant to pursue rehabilitation of caretaker's home. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Laura?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning, and we were encouraged to see that this historic Charleston single house's form remains intact. While this property has suffered from almost a century of neglect since it was moved in the 1930s to accommodate the construction of the Immaculate Conception School for Black Catholic students, its historical value and its adaptive reuse as the caretaker's house for the Immaculate Conception School cannot be discounted. This building appears on the 1888 Sanborn map as 202 Cummings Street and was likely constructed much earlier than that. While we acknowledge that this would be a significant undertaking and would require elevation, we are confident that there is a path forward to stabilize and rehabilitate this house. We encourage the applicant to work with staff to develop a preservation plan to preserve the form and as much historic material as possible while replacing any unsalvageable material in kind. We ask the board to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Frankie, would you please give us your staff comments and recommendations?
That's good. Okay, we just had observations on a condition. While the structure has significant damage due to rot, it retains many character defining features such as roof, chimney, and some elements of the piazza. Staff encourage further mothballing of the structure until the time when it can be restored, and our recommendation is denial of demolition.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Fulton, is there anything you'd like to respond to?
Sorry, Mr. Fulton, I'm Mr. Quarles, but that.
Oh, sorry. I'm just reading. I'm reading.
It's okay.
Oh,
No,
so,
you
yeah.
couldn't
All right.
make it, so I came to represent ownership. Appreciate all the feedback, and that all sounds very reasonable. We will obviously go with whatever you all say. I would just ask if we are denied demolition, our primary concern is the safety on the site with seniors on site, as well as being in the neighborhood and homelessness potentially being an issue as well. So would there be opportunity for us to further fence off the structure while we assessed and went through this process? Would be one question. You may not be able to answer that today, but we'd like to put some enhanced measures in other than the net fencing that's there is probably not sufficient. I don't know what's allowed architecturally in that area, but that's our primary concern, is just mitigating that risk for the public to access the building, say accidentally, and something happened. We just don't want that. We certainly have some time to assess rehabbing it, and we can put that into some plans we have to potentially rehab the entire property and do some upgrades as well. So.
I think staff can work with you on some sort of a temporary fencing.
That's the main thing we would ask. It could be wooden, it could be chain link, it could be whatever you all really want. We just want to secure it to make sure that it's not a nuisance to the public primarily. And we will be asking for a few other things along the way. We'll get with staff about that. But we've been told by insurance that we need to add some railings to the front. And we need to do something with the windows as well. We're gonna go through the process with you all to get those approved. There's some building envelope challenges. Overall, the building itself, we're very happy with the larger property. Not this building is in tough shape, but the overall building from the 1930s is in very good condition, and we're happy to have it and keep it going. So, any questions for me?
Okay, thank you. All right, that concludes the applicant presentation and public comment period, and we will now go into board discussion and vote.
I mean, I think my opinion is that the main part of the structure could be restored, saved. I think the piazza's in tough shape, and it's hard to, I don't know how much of that's actually original, but I'd like to see it restored. I worry in these kind of cases, really the safety comes from shoring the building and securing the building. So,
I agree. I was wondering, as we were going through this whole meeting, if we deny demolition as a board, could we put a recommendation for a preservation plan and stabilization and a time frame for that? My concern is this building has been in the same ownership for 20+ years. It has been labeled as unstable for almost 4 years, and nothing has been done. And so I don't want it to continue in that path of demolition by neglect, when it has such significance, both culturally and architecturally, once it's uncovered.
I agree with what's been said, and we say this often, but we've seen far worse buildings brought back to life and preserved, restored, and this one's no different. What makes this a little extra special, I think, is its cultural significance, as having been the caretaker's house for the school. The only other one that I know that's still in existence is the caretaker house for Devereaux Academy, the one that sits right on Calhoun Street, across the street from the church. That was the caretaker house for Devereaux. And that's the only one that I know that's still in existence. Yeah. Okay, would anyone like to make a motion?
The time frame,
that's what I was
I
trying to
think
think
there's
of.
shoring and there's a preservation
Right.
plan.
Yeah.
I think a plan submitted within 90 days and then executed.
Yeah. I'm trying to think back to when I had to do the one for Hester Street. It takes some time to document and put the plan together. I'd say 90 days for plans to be submitted would be reasonable. It's tough for 4 years, so hopefully it'll be okay. What do you think?
Absolutely agree. Yeah. Not anything to add.
Would you like to put that into motion?
90 days for stabilization, for plans for stabilization, so we're trying to, I think that's.
Is that 90 days for a stabilization plan to be submitted, or 90 days to get it stabilized?
I think for plans.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, you can't do it quicker than that, because the engineers are gonna be a month out. At least.
Yeah.
I can make engineer recommendations if you like.
We'll make that.
What's that?
You didn't offer that to be.
No, hell no.
We're also a general contractor, so.
Oh, so you don't need.
We'll make it work.
All right.
In 90 days. And, the overall rehab may take more time.
Would you like to put that into a motion?
Yes. I make a motion for denial of demolition with a board condition that a preservation plan is submitted within 90 days.
We have a motion on the floor from Laura for denial of the demolition with the condition that a preservation plan or stabilization plan be submitted to staff within 90 days. Do we have a second?
Second it.
Okay, and a second, Darrell. To vote, Becky,
Yeah.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
Carol,
Yay in favor.
Joe.
Yay in favor.
All right, chair votes for the majority. Application passes unanimously. Right, move on to the next one. Everyone ready for a break yet or not?
Yeah.
Break. Okay. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here, 5 minutes. 10 minutes, okay, 10 minutes.
That was a tough application.
What's that?
So that's a tough application. Trying to maintain a level of ace.
That could be a nice little jewel. Just like, you know, you almost big still, and it's like, yeah.
I think that's what, no, we put some of the Jackson Creek cottages before.
I know they're gonna be.
Something that we was proper export. They were. Easily to redo that one.
It makes me think that Lindsay and the Steve stuff.
She makes it look so
She makes it
easy.
look so easy. You can't.
Exactly. For some reason, I think I'm falling into the de facto chairperson, you know?
Right.
Not
right.
here.
I'm
convinced that, that Fillmore got into my degree, so I don't have to do this.
Very nice to see you.
Yeah, they're low.
For 25 years. Yeah. So, I appreciate you speaking tonight and previously. I've been here before. I just want to introduce my father passed away 30 years ago. His wife, got the same thing called, it's just like your inspection. I speak, I think of my dad. You think he went to Murray Education School. You were alive in church when he was born. So that's where he's in there. Murray. Oh, your next.
Small world.
I don't think she knows that much about it, or it's biggest small.
Yeah. That's why we're still working. The only one I've seen, I've only been on the board for 5 months. You're the only 4. We're the basics like that, or not the basics when you did the 90s. Yes. Yeah. Did you guys go on yet? It's all like. Yeah. Like there's I've heard has a few people, and we have programs now, I don't know how to use like a rather. But I don't, I'm good at all. I'm over on Washington Street, you know, East Bay Deli, that's that road. So I have a Charleston single there. Years ago. Some years ago. Yeah.
No, there's a theme for that style.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah. I just wanted to say.
No, all of this. Guy. Only because we hear them first from on the street.
Yeah.
That's a good know. But just like a touch according to like the AR solar. So like it's not true, just. So do you guys know?
I just modeled off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically about the same.
It looks similar.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually really.
Yeah, it's about the same.
Is that south of you or?
Yeah, this is south.
That's really good.
Yeah, this one's falling down. That one's falling. I'm so tall on, three of them.
Yeah.
So.
My house architectural style really high. I'm very excited. I'm so excited for you. And we're actually gonna
Top hat style or the top.
like a little
Yeah.
middle ages situation. And we are working on North Central period here. Page on Evans Court. So you're featured. That's so important. North Central ATA. Nancy here helps write that, and we're editing it.
Yeah, we're doing all sorts of. And there's like a skirt that goes around it like.
Yeah. Yes. They've got it.
So it just kind of follows.
I know it's like it's a pretty low slope.
Yeah. it's a
Do you know
bridge
if the
wall.
neighbors' panels are pretty visible or no?
No, it's like you have to be in other people's yards to like just capture little glimpses of it.
That's good.
Or put like a skirt.
Okay.
Follow the line, and you know, there's like we did them, so they probably exact, you know, they're exactly spec.
So, yeah.
I was realizing. This is not everybody's first rodeo looking at. It's funny, I actually looked at the house, I think it's right next to this, a few years ago. To purchase, I didn't pull the trigger on I wonder if Paul photos this. Let's see. That's like 2 minutes.
Would you like a membership? I know you're gonna Google later. Take leave. I don't serious in it, but I forgot if I can. That feels right. That feels right. You know. And stay.
It's like, oh, I was just gonna give this a shot.
Salem was a lot of fun.
Looking the other way.
Better be nice name. Oh, were y'all waiting on me?
He didn't take his name. Turn it.
You could just write it up in that letter.
What you do, next time I stumble on it, you pull it up the side.
It's that kind of deal.
Okay, it's Joel.
Is he recused?
Recused from this one.
Okay. Okay, let's get going here again. Our next project on the agenda is 32 Linwood. Frankie, would you like to take it?
32 Linwood is in Charlestown, Council District 8. It is new in the Old Historic District. They're requesting a preliminary approval for new single-family residence. This is the property's location on Linwood. I'm going to flip through these pretty fast because these are the context slides I've used since the demo. This is the property in question. Table and map show the previous structure. Sorry. And this is the existing site photo. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Friends, my name is Oliver Kleidlich. I was here on January 9th and we received conceptual approval for the design of 32 Leadwood. And following some board discussion, there were a few other minor items that you requested we take a look at, which included overall fenestration simplification and restudying the arch sizes at the ground floor and primarily at the north volume, which is visible from Leadwood, the Leadwood driveway entrance. This is just a brief reminder. I've been at this for quite a while. It's just a brief reminder of some of the inspiration and material character of the project. It's a plaster on masonry veneer with smooth arches, some infill porch language, a standing seam copper roof, and a combination of wood and steel windows. Regarding fenestration, we've been at this for so long together collaboratively that the design has evolved, and frankly, this was a good opportunity to readdress the clarity of window organization. So what you see here in yellow are all wood windows and doors that are set into the masonry facades of the primary 3 volumes. And then in blue are the steel windows and doors, which are part of the infill language, which includes either the hyphens or the infill porches, primarily on the east and south elevation. So those are the 2 window types in terms of material. This is the previous design for the west elevation. Most of the conversation was around the scale and size of the arched openings and size of columns. We'll show you the revised in a moment. And we've also edited this 3-bay elevation of the southern volume and simplified it a little bit. These windows here were in fact not windows at all, but and have been simplified to be 2 bays. A little data here. We increased the columns by 9 inches and for an overall 11-foot opening here, which just gives a little bit more weight to the presence of the building sitting on the ground. That's at the north volume, which was under primary discussion. And then in the central volume, we've adjusted the columns by increasing them 6 inches, 2 feet overall, and reducing the size of that arched opening to 6'10". On the north elevation, this is actually a 6-foot tall property line fence. This is the previous design, and the comments focused on scale of windows and arches here. A little too much variety, perhaps. The updated design has been simplified, though you can sort of barely see above the fence. There are 3 arches of equal size here. And these 2 north-facing elevations now have, these 4 windows are the same size. This elevation is the north-facing central volume. It's over 18 feet away from this elevation, but there is greater continuity introduced there. This is just a reminder of the position of the building at the interior block. Its distance from view corridors at Gibbs and Lenwood. This is the existing street view from Gibbs. Back in this corner, you can see the roof at a portion of the elevation of the existing north building on the property or north pod on the property. Our proposal is going to be erected in exactly the same location, which is 129 feet away from the street here. So it's rather obscured. Not the easiest thing to represent through rendering, but we did want to show you the previous design as previously proposed, and then the updated design. These differences aren't really discernible at this distance from this particular point of view. And then finally at Lenwood, looking up the driveway, this is the existing condition. Previously proposed with the narrower columns and the perhaps oversized arch. And current proposal, increasing dimensions of those columns and reducing the overall arch opening. We have the full preliminary application supporting this sort of initial presentation, which we can get into if you guys have any specific questions. But those were the loose ends from our last hearing.
Okay, anyone have any questions?
Do not.
Anyone from the public like to speak? No one? Laura?
Not anything.
All like that.
All right, Frankie, would you give us your staff comments and recommendations, please?
Through the rest. Okay, staff had a couple observations. That the proportions of the arches have been restudied and the fenestration has been simplified. It wasn't really a condition, we just recommended retaining the previous design of the shutters. But staff recommendation is for a preliminary approval with a final review by staff.
All right, don't guess you have anything you want to add to that?
I have nothing to say.
All right, that concludes the presentation and public comment period. We will now go into board discussion.
I only had one comment. Frankie, can you go to either the north or south elevation? It's the long one. I don't know if I got my orientations right. Elevation.
East or west?
East or west, yeah. That right there, the only question I had, is these belt casts seem really low and come over far before they kick up. And I don't know if you did that because my guess is the boards are making you bring the scale of this house down forever. But every time I look at it, it looks like it wants to kick up and be a little shorter and go up. So I would ask that you would maybe study that.
Yeah.
But overall, that's the only thing I had.
In agreement about the shutter, just the shutter design doesn't look appropriate, but I personally just that one really wide arch on the far left of the west elevation just still seems very wide, but that's just my personal. It's not very proportional. It doesn't seem very reflective of the proportions of the city, but. I know kind of a carriage, when you think of a carriage arch, it just seems a little wide and low.
Ricky, can you flip to that elevation?
Yes, sir.
That's the west elevation on 200.
West there.
It's that one on the far left, and that it's wider than the windows above, I think is.
I can see that.
Just because that's really the most visible part of this structure from the street. You're going to be looking down the driveway at that little pavilion right there. But I think the fenestration is a lot better. I would say, I would ask that applicants follow the submittal requirements. It's very hard to review sets where you don't, like, as it's supposed to be conceptual and preliminary, like seen together. I don't think we even have the conceptual plans in here. So that's just makes it more difficult.
Yeah. It does.
Did you have any other comments?
I wasn't here for the January meeting. I feel like I've seen this a couple of times, but it may have been zoned too, like at various points. So I defer to the rest of them.
Right. I think all the changes that have been made have been very positive. I agree with you on your archway comment. Possibly just have it correspondent with the window width above. I think this is a really good example of a project that the process has worked well. I think it's going to be a good example of a house which was forced to meet FEMA requirements, and it is, to me, it's nestling pretty well into its surroundings, given that FEMA requirements are having to be dealt with.
For the arches, I actually like the arches that are shown on the back better than the ones that are shown on the front and on the west. Just personally.
Any other comments or motion or?
Can we make a motion?
Yeah.
Make a motion to approve preliminary design with the architect to restudy the arch on the west elevation and study the roof design to increase the bell cast pitch and shorten it in length and possibly grow the hip a little bit, raise the hip a little bit. I think he can work that out with staff. Does that work for you?
Change the shutters.
Oh, what if,
Staff condition.
yeah, you wanted to do something with the shutters.
Yeah.
Architect to study optional shutter
Or
designs.
you can just say with staff condition, because that had recommend retaining the previous shutter design.
Okay,
Is that the only staff condition?
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm gonna simplify the roof comment a little bit. Because I think you've kind of given him the direction of what you want him to do. But how does this sound? Preliminary approval with the restudy of the larger arch on the west elevation and refine the design and detailing of the bell cast roof and along with staff comment regarding the shutters. Frankie, you get that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, do we have a second? Daryl, to Daryl's motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, Becky seconds it.
Was that a final yes?
Awesome.
Please, was that
Oh,
final review by
that was
staff?
a final review. I think, is that what you had in mind? Final?
Final review by staff.
final review by staff.
Okay.
Because he said to work with staff, I assume.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Thanks, Julia. Okay, so we've got Daryl's motion, second by Becky. Put it to vote. Laura,
Yay in favor?
Becky,
Yay in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
and chairman votes with the majority. Yeah, application passes unanimously. All right, we will move on to our next one. There's someone need to get Joel. Short. Here it comes. Okay. All right, our next application is number 9 and number 11, Laps Court. And Frankie, if you would give us our introduction.
Properties are on the east side in Council District 4. They are new in the Old City District, requesting conceptual approval for new single-family dwellings. This is the property location on Laps Court. Some context of the street. And I will turn it over to the applicant. John, I've got one and then the other, so you can go back to back.
Okay. Thank you. John Sullivan, SR Studio again. So yeah, as Frankie said, this is a very strange little court that's historically been there as a little dead end. And there used to be a long time ago some houses on there. Which are not, so we're proposing 2 new single houses on these lots. The floor plans are the same. We're just doing some different things with the elevations, kind of making them different. It's also kind of weird. It's across the street is actually the back of the houses on there. So there's very little context. And then the empty lot just to the north of this lot is going to be parking for the school. And they're planning, they want to build an 8-foot fence there. I don't know. They've been working on zoning and trying to do that, but there's going to be a tall fence.
I don't know what the status is, sorry.
Yeah, they've been working on that. So as you can see here, there's basically 2. They're very long and skinny. We got zoning approval to do a 1-foot north setback to get in there to get a little width to this thing, and we got approval for 1 parking space. So the front of the lot is set in. The buildings are skinnier to allow for that 1 parking space. Raised up for FEMA, a small little stair and stoop at the front, and then fairly open plan going to the back and front floor, then 3 bedrooms upstairs. The simple gable roof going front to back property. So this is. It's 9, I think. But as I said, it's a very long, skinny form. We can't do any windows on the north side because we're only 1 foot from the property line. The kind of the streetscape showing kind of mirroring the form or skinnier because we are keeping. We did keep our south side setback at 7 feet. The other properties lot go pretty much lot to the lot, wider. Other one, again, the exact same floor plan, just doing the hatching of that makes it look a little that, but planning an artisan side in, so we're good at that.
Okay, any of the board members have any questions for John? Okay, anyone from the public, any comments? No? Okay. Frankie, can you give us your staff comments and recommendations?
We put these together to review them as we saw them as essentially booster houses. Staff or conditions, we would recommend a more subtle way to differentiate than with the shingle siding, like similar to the variation you did with the door hoods, which we like. And we would suggest on one of them restudying the light pattern to differentiate the 2. But our recommendation is conceptual approval with board and staff conditions and final by staff.
Okay, John, anything?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right. All right, well, that concludes public comment and applicant presentation. Going forward discussion.
I actually think this is just my 2 cents. The second one, number 11 with the shingle siding, seems like it helps. And it could just be the hatching. Breaking it up like that makes it seem less like a rocket. And I don't know if maybe it's worth.
You go back to that one.
Well, I'm just looking on my screen. With them being sister houses, is it okay for them to have the same siding pattern? Because you were saying you didn't want them differentiated as much from your.
We just were suggesting something other than the siding, other than the change with the shingle siding. We really like the way he did the different door hoods on the 2 to differentiate.
And then they wanted a different light, like window light.
Yeah,
Some
light
more,
pattern,
yeah.
Can you flip it to the elevations?
Yes, sir. Yep, it's going wrong way. I've lost my mouse in it.
I think I think overall they're headed in a good direction, but the narrowness of the lots, they are really jacking up the vertical proportions. And so that's really my only comment. Anything that can be done to try to mitigate that. The one, what is that, number 9, that's got the arch, the pointed roof over the door. You see, I think the other one works so much better because the one to the left, 8, it just accentuates that kind of rocket appearance. So anything that can be done to sort of break up the scale. And I had wondered about if those little porches got a little wider, would that help any to sort of mitigate the stretched look of these two houses? So that's really my only main concern. I would like to make sure that what we're looking at, the porches, that those are masonry. They have masonry bases, and that we're not just looking underneath a deck, more or less, which is kind of the way it appears in the drawings.
I wonder if, we've got the first floor a foot above design flood elevation. I wonder if that could come down a little bit.
Is there a reason, John?
What?
Is there a reason that you're above DFA?
The foot above?
Mhm.
Typically what I do, a lot of jurisdictions require that. And I think it's safer. I don't think the foot is gonna add make that much any difference really in the perception of the verticality of it.
I actually think it might harm some of the perception of the verticality.
Because then you've got less base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, can I say about the porch, one reason why I plunk it in like that, it's a very narrow street, there's no sidewalk or anything, and wanted to give more maneuverability to get the cars in and out.
Okay, that makes sense.
I would probably echo some of Laura's comments that I think, sorry, let me look at the numbers particularly. I think 9 is more successful in yours, Bill, in reducing the verticality. I'm actually they're a long way for such a challenging site to actually fit something that's so appropriate. I think they're a lot more successful than the other 2 houses that are on that lot in terms of their detailing and character. And I think that the strategies on 11 are more successful. I'll agree with that comment. Even the brackets holding up the little front rather than the tall vertical posts that are, there's just almost every strategy appears to be a little more successful on that.
Yeah, number 9 could have a hood instead of the post. Like you're talking about. Maybe it's not the pointed roof.
Yeah, I think they're nice, it's nice, small little buildings. I think just some work, on the entrance, just good. But that conceptual, I'm fine with the massing and the architectural direction. I agree with staff that it could be interesting to have the light pattern be different on one than the other.
These have the applied grills on the exterior. Sorry, I didn't want to jump in. On the windows, is it just an SDL in between the windows, or is there an applied grill on the exterior of these windows?
It'd be simulated divided light, so it would have the grill on the outside.
Okay.
And
Then yes,
technically,
then
the
I'd agree.
windows are different because 11 is 4/1 and 9 is.
Oh, yeah,
2/1.
sorry. How my mind was reading them, it's the same.
Again, I think, almost all of the strategies on 11 seem to be more successful to be less vertical in that, which I think is the challenge that you're dealing with, the primary challenge on the site.
And John, just ask a question. Are we looking at open space below the stairs and the stoop, or is that solid?
Really haven't, I think it's been a while since I submitted these in December, so I would probably do solid, yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense with the weight wall that I see you masonry anyway.
Yeah, I agree. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for conceptual approval with preliminary and final details by staff incorporating board comments to use fenestration strategies more successful in 11 to bring down the height. I think there can be differentiation, but utilize those strategies and that the foundation under the front entry be solid.
I think it'd be okay. Like, they'll work that out, I think, with Frankie. Give them good direction.
All right, I'll have a motion on the floor by Joel. Let's see, for conceptual approval. With preliminary and final review by staff. Conditions would be employ fenestration strategies to bring down the visual height of the buildings. I guess you would say primarily on number 9.
What?
Right.
Nine is on the left, 11's on the right.
Okay.
So we were talking about 9.
You liked 11 better.
I liked 11, yes.
Better, yeah. So
That's what he said, apply 11 to 9.
Okay, sorry, I got confused with, I thought we were doing the ones that are already applied on mine, sorry.
and okay, so I'm losing my train of thought. Okay, it's getting late. Okay, so conceptual approval with preliminary and final reviews by staff, with conditions that fenestration strategies be used to bring down the heights of both buildings, we'll say, in general. And also that the foundations below the 2 front porches be solid. And do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Darrell seconds it. Hey, to vote, Becky,
Yay, in favor.
Laura,
Yay, in favor.
Darrell,
Yeah, in favor.
and Joel.
Yay in favor.
Okay, chair votes with the board, so passes unanimously. All right, our next one is going to be 18 and 20 Orr's Court. Frankie?
18 and 20 Orr's Court is in Westside Council District 6. It is new in the historic materials demolition purview. I know it is unusual for us to be seeing new construction in that area, but this is their requested additional height architecture merit.
So is that the only reason that it's coming before us
Yes.
is because of that?
Yes. They're requesting approval for 2 single-family homes per lot with an additional half-story height. This is the property's location on Orr's Court. Existing site photo. Some context of Orr's. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, my name is Chelsea Anderson with Habitable Forum. I'll be presenting these 2 applications back to back. So we're here today, as Frankie introduced, requesting an additional half-story. And this is due to the high design flood elevation in this area. Our proposed 3-story concept would be no taller than what is allowed by right at 2.5 stories. And why we don't want to do 2.5 stories is because the parking would be at grade, which would take up a majority of the permeable area on the site, which would also be green space. And as we've been discussing with neighbors, it would be unsightly to them to see a parking lot. So they would really like to see us hide the parking if possible. And in an area with BAR purview over demolition of historic material only, we believe this provides an opportunity to promote higher quality architectural and urban design than would otherwise be built on this street. So Frankie, if we move ahead to some of the slides. Go to the survey. It's on page 7. So the structure that's shown in the survey was demolished, but I wanted to point out that the ground elevation is at about 6'4", and we're in an AE 10 +2. So for an overall design flood elevation of 12 feet. So if you can go forward, show our FEMA map here, and then to the next slide. So we have 2 parcels here to make up 18 oars, and then there's 1 parcel next door, which is technically the next application for 20 oars. And then the next slides show the site photos, which Frankie had shown earlier. Slide. And so that's 18 and 20, next slide. And then looking to either side within the lot, next slide. And then across the street, next slide. And so this is looking at Orris Court. It's a mix of single family and duplexes, a representation of working class homes from the 1930s and 40s, majority Freedmen's, Charleston's cottages, vernacular and craftsman style. New infill development is not reviewed by the BAR. And you can see the missing tooth there is 18 and 20 oars. Next slide. So we studied the proportions of the street, looking at a variety of AV rhythms, differing from the single house or the Freedmen's or Charleston's cottage, which has like a smaller AV rhythm. And so in our, the street elevation below our proposal, we've taken reference to the form of this AV rhythm, but not necessarily the program. The B in form is what would typically be a piazza, but in our modern interpretation, we're using it as circulation space. So rather than the circulation space outside, which is typical of a historic piazza, now enclosed and conditioned, but still gives reference to that breakdown in form along the streetscape. The B slight step back is where you'll find the point of entry, which is typical of a piazza as well. And that can be shown at our street units. The next slide. And so then we also looked at the fenestration patterns along the street, which we saw a lot of single windows, double windows, 6/6 tend to be the common theme. Next slide. Studied across the street as well, more contemporary, large panes of glass. Next. Then we looked at eave and fascia details for scale. Next. And then also looking at siding and trim. Next slide. We found these base details really interesting in this craftsman style home at 30 Orris Court. Really interesting proportions of the arch and the planter bed that we found it was a really nice way to step down the scale towards the street. Next slide. And so now looking at our modern interpretation of all of these details that we've noticed on the street, having a combination of paired and single windows, 6 light rhythm, lap siding with a smaller exposure, gable returns, thinner corner boards, that stucco over masonry base with the elliptical arches, and a stepping down of this planter bed at the street to break down the proportions of that elevated ground level to a more pedestrian friendly scale. Also having the entry at grade to make it a bit more pedestrian friendly. Next slide. And so even though the back units do have front facing garages, we find that they're shielded deep in the rear from the street. In the spring, we hope to have some flower boxes. If we go to the next slide, make it a little pretty in the spring. The next slide, show more views of the street at night, having, a nice pedestrian feel with some subtle lighting. Next slide. View from the street, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. And now looking at the street elevations. So looking at the 2 units side by side, even though the unit B to the right would be the unit in the rear. We were, speaking to the last application, we were actually asked by Preservation Society of Charleston to look at increasing the vertical proportions of the rear unit, which we had done. Originally, it was a bit wider in its proportions, and they liked the proportions of unit A, and so we looked to adapt unit B to that, and so we found that it was successful in doing that. And the heavy dashed line that you'll see there is what you can build by right. So that's really kind of why we're coming here today, is that even though we're elevating above 6 feet, which pushes us to a story at the ground level, overall, it's no taller than what would be available by right today. And also the breaking down of the AB rhythm, making the gable only on the B portion of the massing makes it shorter in proportion than if there was a gable across the whole width of the structure. So next slide. Next slide. So this is an important elevation. It might be hard to see, but that blue dashed line across the street elevation represents the DFE and shows that many of these homes along the street will need to eventually be raised. And so I want you all to consider that when deliberating on scale within the context. So many of those will be higher, hopefully in the future, to save them from floodwaters. Next slide. And so this is looking at the density of the street. You can see that there is a precedent of having front and back buildings, the gray representing what is existing and the white representing what we have proposed for our site. And then next slide. Going into the working drawings, what I want to point out with this site plan is, you know, how we're utilizing the space. We really want to utilize some green space if possible, to hopefully put in some trees, some nice greenery for the neighbors to look at, for the, you know, homeowners to enjoy. You know, we're going to need some space for water storage, for storm water storage, our civil engineer has told us. I don't yet have the HVAC platforms on there yet that we'll need. Because, you know, the argument could be made why we wouldn't have parking in between these two units, but then that would take over the entire permeable area available on our site, because we are restricted at the rear by this large grand tree, a 36-inch diameter grand tree. And then again, like I said at the beginning of the application, the neighbors have shared with us that they would not like to look down on a parking lot, and they would like the cars shielded if possible. So next slides. Next slides. So these are just the working drawings, floor plans. We can kind of skim through these. Next slide. Roof plans. Next slide. Elevations. So squishing them closer together than they actually are, but so you can see them side by side. Next slide. And so these are like true sister houses. We have, as shown in the renderings, mirror images from side to side. So I don't necessarily need to run through the next presentation for 20 oars since they're the same. So what I'll say is, in conclusion, what we're asking for here today is no taller in feet than would be allowed by right. We feel our design is an improvement to typical infill development on Orr's Court with its sensitivity to scale, material, and urban design. And we would like to follow our neighbors' wishes to hide the unsightly parking while limiting the amount of impermeable surface. And we would love the opportunity to plant trees rather than park cars. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant?
What's the distance between the two structures at the front of the front two structures?
Oh, like front to back, that,
No, ma'am, when you're driving the car in, the distance.
oh,
between-
sure, 17 feet.
Okay. And Frankie, can you go back? I want to look at another elevation of another front. Go. I think you went too
Oh,
fast.
sorry. I was thinking you meant streetscape.
Not that one.
That's the rear.
The rear, yeah.
That one, yeah. So here's my question for you. we've got this,
Mhm.
this big continuous foundation, but is that set back or is that on the same plane as that?
It's set back slightly, yeah.
Okay.
So then this is coming forward as like a roof.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this element projecting forward slightly. So I guess we'll see it better in plan. We go to the first floor plan.
Like, okay, you got like a foot or so offset.
Yeah.
So there's like a little shelf there.
Exactly. If we go back to the plan, go back a couple more slides. First floor plan, yes, there you see that little bit of roof element there, and then the slight step back here.
Okay. Now I understand it better.
Mhm.
I have a question about the height in question.
Yeah,
So you're in a 2.5 story.
yeah,
So if the approval isn't granted, you would either have the ground floor, you would have ground floor parking, first floor, and then you would only have a half story for the second floor, correct?
Mhm.
Or you would not be able to park underneath, and you would only have it at DFE, and then you would have 2 stories above. Is
exactly.
that correct? Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to
Mhm. Yeah.
understand that part of the request.
Mhm.
And I think the elevation that specifically is being requested is looking at the elevations. 5'8" is where your design flood elevation is above grade. And it's 10'5" 5.5" is what is being requested. So that's 4'7" 7.5" above what your design flood elevation. It's kind of that additional elevation that you're asking for in order to be able.
Mm. Oh, I see what you mean, of like the difference between.
Yeah, the difference between what design flood elevation is and where you currently have finished floor at.
Mhm.
That's an additional 4'7" 7.5" if I'm reading that correctly. I'll make sure I'm understanding.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I'm thinking through it, because I don't think it's quite that much. Between like.
No, it should be closer to like 2 feet.
Yeah, I think it's less than that.
Let's see. Close to 5 feet too.
Oh, do you think so? Okay.
Yeah, and I can, there's one of the elevations. I just wanted to be,
Yeah, one of the elevations,
This one, I think it's got
page
the-
32, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, yeah, so it's 5'8", it's how high the DFE is off of grade, because grade is 6'4". And that's 12 feet design flood elevation. And so then if we were to build a 2.5 story, we'd have to start it at that 5'8". That would be the first floor, but it's not.
But your current first floor is at 10'5", so it's close to a 5-foot difference.
No, okay, that's where it's looking.
Yeah, the ground floor ceiling is 10 feet, almost 10 feet high.
No, that's not the ceiling though.
That's what it says on the drawing.
The first floor, so 9 feet is the ground floor ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but the
It says
first
9,
floor is
11.5.
the,
9'1".
9'1.5" is the first ground floor ceiling, yeah.
but what regulates design flood elevation is finished floor, not ceiling.
Yeah.
Correct? So it would be the 10'5" 5.5" is where.
The bottom of the finished floor.
Cause you can't have any mechanicals in that design flood elevation. All mechanicals have to be above the design flood elevation. So all structure, all like plumbing, all that stuff has to be above it.
Well, no, DFE equals finished first floor.
Yeah, DFE is finished first floor.
You can't put mechanicals below that, but you could put
You
your
can-
first floor
Yeah.
at
The structure.
their structure, unless you're in a
The
V
finished
zone.
floor can be at
If you're in a
DFE.
V zone, you've got to go to the bottom of the structure.
Oh, okay,
It's a little different with the city of Charleston opposed to a lot of municipalities around here.
okay.
But either way, you have almost 9, you have 9 feet for the ceiling height at the ground floor.
9'11", yeah. 10
9'1".
Oh, 9'1". Oh, yeah, sorry, 9'1".
Yeah, that's okay.
Sorry, I'm reading it wrong on here. I'm sorry. I have another simple question too.
Yeah.
In looking at this development, it looks like that the egress to all 4 of these structures straddles a property line. Are there any zoning questions or anything that need to be answered before this board looks at this?
No.
No, they'll have to have access easement, but since The properties are separate. There's only 2 houses per property, so it doesn't require at the moment TRC.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool. That's good.
yeah, exactly, because 4,
Yeah.
would typically constitute TRC, but not in this case, yeah.
One of the things that caught my eye was I was wondering if you had a turn-in rate, if there was enough turn-in radius to get underneath the front 2 houses, because you said, I guess there's 17 or 18 feet between them.
Mm-hmm.
And normally, you know, there's some standards to that are wider where you can swing in.
Yeah, and that's why we have an extra wide door, because we've studied that with auto turn, that turning analysis, and we've made that garage door extra wide to allow for that on the side of unit A. It's pretty wide, I forget the actual dimensions, but that allows for that turn.
Are you being required by, I guess it'd be traffic and transportation or whoever, to have 2 cars pass one another coming in and out of that drive?
No, not
Just-
required for that, yeah.
Just wondering if, as you get towards the street, if that could be throated down a little bit, so it's a narrower drive out towards the street.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
It would make it read a little more residential.
Yeah, and I mean, an opportunity for more green space,
Yeah,
like,
exactly,
any opportunity for that.
Yeah, since there are only 2 units, traffic's not gonna review it.
Yeah, okay. And what are your ceiling heights on the main
On the
floor and the
floors,
floor?
yeah, so first floor is 10 feet and then
Mm-hmm.
second floor is 9 feet.
Okay. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have anyone from the public that'd like to speak?
Good evening, my name is Jeffrey Stas. I, along with my partner, am one of the owners. Dobbs here flew up from New Orleans to be here tonight because we do believe that this is important. I'd actually like to begin by reading a letter from the neighbor at 22. Dear Board of Architectural Review, I live at 22 Orrs Court. I'm writing to express my support for the additional half story to enable drive-under parking for the proposed units at 18 and 20 Orrs Court. Allowing the owners to build the units with drive-under parking will remove 8 cars from the streetscape and move them out of view. Additionally, drive-under parking will allow for lusher landscaping, making for a nicer feel for the neighborhood. I actually live in this neighborhood. I'm within walking distance of this site. And I think like most of us, I want to see my neighborhood thrive. And we're here asking for an award of architectural merit. And I was thinking, you know, what is good architecture? Frank Gehry says good architecture should speak of its time and place, but yearn for timelessness. Today, Charleston is a fast-growing city contending with dual challenges of increased flooding and an acute lack of housing. The 2021 Charleston City Plan, approved by our elected city council, calls on builders to 1, build structures that are resilient to flooding and severe weather events, and 2, create more housing stock in the missing middle. That is housing stock between typical single-family houses and large apartment buildings. This project answers that call. The additional height and use of CMU block keep the structures well out of the floodplain, and creating an egress easement allows for a cottage court layout. This creates additional units without requiring a change in zoning or zoning variance. By creating parking underneath each unit, the project removes 8 cars from the street and puts them out of view from the street. Eliminating the need for surface parking allows us to preserve and enhance the green space on the site. Not only is this more aesthetically pleasing, but gardens absorb more water than parking spaces, meaning the additional green space increases the resilience of the site, a core edict of the 2021 city plan. Returning to Frank Gehry's quote, Our project speaks to a time of rapid population growth and a place prone to flooding. We believe this project is worthy of an award for architectural merit, and we hope this board will agree. Thank you.
What else?
Laurel A. with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates the applicant for meeting with us to discuss this proposal and for being responsive to our initial input. We feel the applicant makes it compelling what is allowed by zoning. However, as proposed, the rear units are taller and wider than the front units and should be restudied to be subordinate in keeping with Charleston's traditional development patterns. We also encourage the project team to restudy the fenestration across all buildings to be more rational with less blank wall space. Thank you.
Well, thank you again for the opportunity. I live at 210 Fishburne Street. This development is right at my back fence. And I live in this same particular house, like I alluded to earlier, over 75 years. And this is in a school overlay zone. The parking and Oz code is out of this world. If you live in Oz Court and you don't have a driveway or park under your house, you have a problem. People live on Sumter, practically on Sumter and Oz Court, have to walk all the way down to 210 Fishburne Street on the side to park. You alluded to earlier about the way how they have these home design that you have to squeeze in and make a left turn to park under the house. And we have to look at the FEMA standard for building in this area. Now most of the houses are going to be on the side of this property. They have a driveway or they have a garage that go up under the house. 2.5 story. This is the height district in this height district on the west side. Now we have to be very careful, but don't allow the developer to come in and make it 3-story instead of 2.5 story. Because most of the houses on the right side of this development are 2-story, and the lower part of the house is a driveway and the driveway is where they can park off the street. Parking is a problem, and we cannot allow residents to build another apartment on FEMA property, because everything above the FEMA standard should be parking, not a family home. Because I'm begging you, because once you open the door, to create a 3-story house in this particular area, it's gonna give every other developer an opportunity to come in and do the same thing and change the static of this area. We can't allow that, because it makes it a single family home. I live here long enough to see what they mean by a single family home. And right now we have all these homes practically that on Fishburne Street and Oz Court. Family is not living in there. Part-time rental. Citadel Cadets, College of Charleston, MUSC. And when one student move in, they don't move in by themselves. They move in with someone else to help pay the rent. So please make a decision that protect this neighborhood. And remind them when they talk about this level here, it shouldn't be parking underneath those houses. It shouldn't be a resident living there. And the FEMA standard and the height. Once you allow them to overshadow the rest of those Freeman cottages, you already opened the door.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak? Okay, Frankie, would you give us your staff comments and recommendations?
Okay. I'm gonna read from my notes because it's easier than reading off the screen at the moment. All right, so some staff observations. One is that this property was previously denied by planning commission to change from a 2.5 to a 3-story height district. That was back in 2022. We had observation that this creates 2 sets of mirror image sister houses. And then BD's provided a lot of information on the height district and then architectural merit, since we don't typically review that at small, so bear with me while I get through it all. Parcels are in the height district, which is 2.5 stories. Applicant is proposing 2 new structures per parcel with a shared central driveway. Typically, new construction in the historic materials demolition purview does not come before BAR for review. But per zoning administrator and legal, this applicant can ask for additional height based on architectural merit. Go through this case anybody wants to read with me. So the 2 applicable regulations to the application are: 1, in height districts where additional height may be awarded on the basis of architectural merit and context if the property is not subject to the jurisdiction of the Board of Architectural Review. The owner requesting additional height must submit plans, as has been done. Property will not remain subject to the BAR review after the request for additional height is reviewed. Any further requests for additional height will trigger a review by BAR. And then architectural merit means that a project that reflects exemplary architectural and urban design, utilizes the highest level of materials and finishes, and contributes to the public realm as outlined by BAR review principles. Okay. So for architectural design, the proposal is elevating the structure. I have the wrong numbers in here because I can't do math correctly. But the structure is being elevated an additional, what did we come up with, 5 feet?
It's like 4.5, 4.5,
4'7" is what I think.
There you go. Above the FEMA required DFE to allow for parking under the structure. Now, per the ordinance, new principal buildings within a VE or AE zone on the FEMA flood maps may have 2 stories over a first floor structure that exceeds 6 feet in height, provided the first floor elevation doesn't exceed the FEMA requirement. Our next point was BAR typically does not support additional height for park unders. Garage doors have been made a focal point in the central axis as well as appearing on both sides of the front unit dominating ground floor. Rear buildings have arched openings which are reminiscent of carriage doors, but they have been placed at a focal point. Main gabled massive houses takes cues from the surrounding neighborhood, but the roof angle of the infill piazza is awkward. The rear inset porch on the first floor creates an awkward overhang condition for the second floor. Urban design. The street facing garage doors are against BAR principles and detract from the pedestrian experience. BAR principle is that the visual appearance of parking lots and garages should be mitigated to support that pedestrian experience. It does not, as the preservation groups, follow typical development patterns of the city, as rear units are not subordinate to the front in height or mass. Additional height for park unders is not a feature of the street or context. While the height is not atypical for the street, the focus of the design is the vehicular access, which is placed on the central axis, rather than the pedestrian access, which seems almost secondary. Pedestrian access, which is typical of the area. Materials and finishes. This is more of a question for the board. Stucco over CMU is a preferable material to stucco over frame, but we're wanting the board to discuss if it meets the standard for the highest level of materials and finishes. The clad windows are proportioned appropriately for the area through the central French doors. Sorry, I lost my spot. Clad windows are proportioned, I can't read, appropriately for the area. The central French doors feel awkward and draw the focus again to the central mass rather than the recessed pedestrian access. The window location seems random rather than intentional. BER principle for the size and frequency of windows is one of the most significant visual characteristics of a building. They should provide a repetitive rhythm horizontally, but not be too repetitive vertically. That is for the BER principle for new construction. And then as a private residence, it doesn't really apply to the contributing to the public realm state portion of architectural merit. So the staff recommendation is a denial of additional height for architectural merit.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't read from the screen.
Okay. Do you have anything that you'd like to add to that or clarify or?
Sure. I mean. There's probably a lot to go through, but the first thing I wanted to clarify was that additional height, it is like 3'5", because we're at 5'8". And so it's like 3'4" is what is additional that we're adding. So you were closer, 3'5" was close. What else came up? Clad windows. Yeah, that talk of the prominence of the driveway. I mean, we would be open to like reducing the driveway so that it isn't so prominent at the street. I think that's a good point. I mean, there isn't a reason why we need to have like 2 lanes of traffic there. And then, Frankie, could you go back? I just want to make sure I'm addressing everything that you have in.
Do you want me to go back to?
Or no, just what you have in your comments of.
I mean, do you want me to go to the beginning of mine?
No. Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, thanks. Just make sure I'm.
That was just the explanation of architectural.
Yeah.
So we started with architecture divide.
Yeah, I think that's really all. I just wanted to definitely clarify that height. Anything else you want to add to it?
You know, we are in tension here between the needs of the architectural review and the needs of stormwater. And so much of this discussion is us choosing between gardens and parks and parking lots. That's really at the core of this discussion. You know, FEMA and stormwater would much prefer permeable surfaces than a parking lot. Even if we did permeable pavers, they're nowhere near as permeable as native plantings and, you know, good landscaping. So, you know, and our entire street right now is, you know, our paired buildings are all like 4 or 5 feet below where they should be. So I think that there's a strong argument to be made for fulfilling and meeting the edicts of the city plan, which was done in, you know, with the community and voted on by elected officials.
Okay.
I also think, nice to meet you, Tops Hogaboom. I also think, and too, because some of the concern from the parking on Orr's Court as from a neighbor, if there is surface parking, we are, at the end of the day, human, and we can assume that if you are living in one of those two front houses, you're parking on the street. You're taking then more street parking. You're taking parking, so, just out of convenience. And so, listening to neighbors, that's something that we're very cognizant about.
Thank you. I guess that will close the presentation and public comment period, and we can go ahead and go into board discussion. I'd like to mention, before we get too far going into this, I was around, I was still on staff many years ago when that allowance was written into the ordinance for additional height. And the reason why it was put in there was to deal with these large scale buildings, large apartment buildings, that we're seeing over on the like Morrison Drive corridor up in Meeting Street, because we're having buildings come in with just the locked off tops, like we've seen so many of those. And so that was an incentive that was put into the ordinance to encourage a reward in exchange for people coming in and doing a more interesting crown to the building, more or less, such as a clock tower or a monitor, or something interesting up there to add to the skyline of Charleston, more or less. That was the intent of the additional height bonus in the ordinance. I just want to clarify that. I'm not saying it can't be applied here, but that was the intent of it years ago when it was added in.
This is a hard one, because there's some very good arguments for parking underneath, for the added density, for, just the way it's all set up. But then we have our precedent, our past, like, we don't do parking front facing, and we don't elevate just for parking. So but there are some good arguments here too, that they're not going super high.
This is a tough one, because at the last board meeting, and I'm respectfully new to the board, the applicant was raising a house and we made him bring it down 1 foot just for scale reasons and to push some stairs back. So there's precedent to not approve it, but by the same token, he's getting cars off the street, so.
And more green.
Not really error.
Yeah. We're, as a board, we're not supposed to be concerned with parking. It's an architectural review board. I know where you're coming from,
But part of it is that holistic approach to the design of this space. The urban architecture, in a way. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, I know.
I struggle with, it sort of opens a precedent, like architectural merit. It's supposed to be something really, I would think would be something really unusual.
Yeah,
or
and
significant. And also I'm, looking at the site plan, I'm not sure, there's so much driveway that it's like, okay, well, we had parking in the middle, in between the two structures. Is that really that much less paving than what we're looking at right now on the street?
The space required just to turn into the back two garages, the same space you could use just for parking, and not elevate those two. Which would make those more subordinate to the front buildings, that sort of thing.
And I do think from a height standpoint, Frankie, can you offer clarification that if design flood elevation is at 5'8" and these are elevated to design flood elevation, then they don't require that story and are basically buildable as they are?
If, correct, the problem is with zoning, because they're being elevated to the height that they are, that ground floor is considered another story.
Yes. And so an architectural merit is the item that we're really digging into here is if they were located where they were at design flood elevation, they would be fine and buildable, but then it's going to be surface parking is how you would accommodate that versus elevating or parking, which I know is not typically what we're dealing here, but giving over the additional garden space to those elements as a means of that. And in terms of architectural materials, as I look through it, just some items that we could, they are Sapelli doors that are being, proposed, which are an upgrade from a typical type of door. There is, I know we had some questions that staff wanted to answer that is just stucco over masonry versus stucco over wood, an element that we would say, and obviously stucco over masonry is better. There are the planter elements at the front. There's some mitigation strategies, but in elevating as high as you are in that pedestrian experience, I think looking at the character of the street, there are the stoops that you step up to. There are the scaling elements on the front. These are actually character defining features in the piazza doors. There's a lot of elements that are on that streetscape elevation, and it's a telling image as I look at it to see there's almost every single type of building that you could put down that lot as you look at it. And so as I weigh the values of architectural merit and look at that streetscape, I think it is pretty informative. But those are some of the thoughts that are going around in my head as I'm weighing out this architectural merit.
Frankie, can you put on the streetscape image?
And the drawing's probably a little more beneficial because I think you can see 10 oars is elevated to design flood elevation and it's the same scale as these buildings. 4 oars is at design flood elevation and lower than these buildings. 22 oars actually addresses the street with a porch and looks to be at design flood elevation. As you look at the scale of these, they're a little higher, but the proportional schemes at the front elevations, which seem to be some of the more successful ones in here, do bring some elements of balancing it, but also trade off a series of other elements. And so without the extra story, it wouldn't be a BAR, and they could basically build whatever they wanted to there. And so I think it's a question for us to evaluate. I'm not exactly sure what type of precedence it would set for the neighborhood. And I think it's a valuable question for us to understand as we grapple with it.
Because this question is going to come up more and more with elevated houses or new construction. It's in that gray area of being elevated, being forced to be elevated 5.5 to 6 feet and going up, which is a little bit more.
Yeah, I really wish I'd gone back and restudied that ordinance. But I was thinking and digging back all those years that the architectural merit was to be happening in the additional story, if I remember correctly. And I don't know that any additional architectural merit is happening in that upper floor than what would have normally been happening.
But is the architectural merit in the bottom floor in this, or does it have to be?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I don't know.
That's what I wish I'd gone back and studied that ordinance because I know that the intent of it was to get whatever that additional floor was on the top would become something special to give the building a nicer look, a more interesting top, more or less.
Built into the roof.
Yeah.
Can I make a point?
Yeah.
So if you look at 24.
You asked him a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So part of what's happening here is if you look at 24, they have drive under parking already. And the reason they have drive under parking is because when that house was built, it was a slightly different ordinance. It was in 2019, and I think it's 2019, we upgraded the ordinance which is why this half story is now a relevant discussion. To say that a story is now 6 feet. When that was built, that component wasn't in it. So as long as you were under your height box, which we are, then we could do this. So if we were building these in 2019, we could also build these by right. It's only when we further defined a story as something being over 6 feet that this need for an additional half story becomes relevant. Because what we're saying is the garage is now a story because of the way we've changed the definition of a story.
I think the main thing before the board here is that do we feel like there's enough architectural interest that has been added to the upper level of these buildings to warrant allowing them to have that extra floor?
Or architectural merit being added to the buildings in general.
Yeah, if you could interpret it that way. Like I said, I know what the original intent was, but I don't know the legalities of how you can apply it without going back and rereading the ordinance. So
I worry about the precedent. I mean, these
do
are pretty
too.
typical looking buildings and we're giving them an extra half story for architectural merit. That scares me.
that scares me also.
So I'm just putting that out there. But,
Yeah, I'm
the board
very,
is denying these requests.
I'm very concerned about precedent. To me, I know that this was not what this ordinance was intended to do, and I feel like it's being used as a workaround.
I also know we've denied elevating, just an extra foot to allow a drive out and hear what they're asking for. I mean, when you look at design flood elevation up to the first floor, it's 4.5 or 5 feet. Not, it can be pulled down. Even the garage is at a 9-foot ceiling. It doesn't need to be at a 9-foot ceiling for a garage even. So there's a big ask there.
There's a very big ask.
And, so you've got the drive under part, you've got the prominence of 2-car garage doors, big wide garage doors. Not even the more traditional, which we've denied, single carriage house look. I agree with you, Becky, about it's a good setup.
It goes against so many of the board's principles.
Very good arguments, and your presentation is beautiful.
Yes.
I will say that. The drawings are wonderful and easy to understand, and the streetscape and everything. It's a wonderful presentation. We don't always see that, and so thank you for doing that.
I just feel like based on policy.
I agree. I think something like this can put us on a really slippery slope. And it will set a precedent. It will. And I would feel better if I would have more comfort with this if legal could give us an interpretation of that ordinance and how that ordinance could be applied to this particular type of project. That's one thing. That's half of it. The other half is the underneath parking goes against an established board policy. So it's kind of, am I making any sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's hard because we do need to get cars off streets. There's too many cars. It's, yes, you've got 3 bedrooms here. It could be 6 cars of people like living there. And that's an important thing. Not unlike years ago when we didn't encourage elevating houses because of flood, keep it at, maintain the history. So maybe there's gonna be a time coming when policies change, but right now our policies don't encourage that extra height for driving under and big garage doors. So
Right.
I agree with you. It's going against too many of our policies.
Anything else? Do you guys want to delve into any more of the details? Do you feel like this bigger picture is what we need to go ahead and vote on?
It's just, I mean, I think we have to stick with the policies.
Yeah.
The bigger picture.
Would someone like to
So
make a motion?
I'm in agreement with staff personally.
Who would like to make a motion?
I'll make an accommodation or denial of
Okay.
based on the staff comment. I agree with staff comments.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Daryl? Okay, put it to the vote. Becky,
Yeah, in favor.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
Bull.
Yay in favor.
Okay, chair votes with majority and the motion passes for denial. Yeah.
That's
Better
the thing.
service overall.
Right, like-
Don't know things and there's the
Have a wide enough
precedent.
space if
Right,
you go
the
park.
project works. You can move down and you park in between the buildings or, you know.
It turns.
The turning radius was nice.
Keep going.
You're still going that way.
All right, our next item on the agenda is number 48 Rutledge. Frankie?
48 Rutledge is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. It is new construction in the old historic district. Requesting conceptual approval for new single-family dwelling and new rear accessory structure. This is the property's location on Rutledge. Existing site photos. Some context of Rutledge. That was previous. I don't know why that's still in there, I'm sorry. I'm gonna turn it over to the applicant. I think that was from when you brought the previous, for demo.
That's somehow that has lingered into that file, and it's not even in this property.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, y'all need a break for a few minutes. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Bill Gottschalk, and I'm the architect working with Tina and Joel Christie on the design of their new home at 48 Rutledge Avenue. Tina and Joel are very sorry they were not able to be here this evening. That being said, I would like to present our design for this project to you. We were last here in June of 2024. At that time, we were seeking approval for the accessory building so that the owner could build that portion of the project first. And that is still our request tonight. Although staff and board were comfortable with the design and detail of the accessory building, they felt that the plans and elevations of the main residence at that time were not sufficiently developed to grant that conceptual approval for that portion of the project, which would allow them to grant the approval necessary to proceed with the final approval and construction of the accessory building. So tonight's presentation is primarily focused on the development of the main residence. The plans and elevations for the accessory building have remained the same. At the last meeting, the board decided to defer the application, but offered comments to be considered for improving the design of the main residence, which we found to be helpful. In subsequent conversations and a meeting with staff, We responded to the board's comments and presented several options to staff for their review and input, and what is presented tonight as a result of those interactions. So there is an existing structure. Some of you weren't here at the last presentation. We have received approval from zoning to tear down the existing building and kind of start with a clean slate on the lot here. This is a very interesting section of Rutledge Avenue. It's a very eclectic strip of streets there. There's Queen Anne architecture, there's neoclassical architecture, there's Charleston single-family architecture. There's just a whole host of different types of architecture, Victorian architecture as well too. So in this instance, the owner, let's see if we can. I haven't done this before. I may need some help.
That's okay.
So this is the existing house, which has been approved to be torn down, and this is the proposed footprint here. The approach is to do a symmetrical kind of a colonial style architectural design with a more of a central corridor, rooms on both sides, front entry, circular stair, screen porch in the back. Here again, because of this was the original design that was presented last time. And let me just go through here. This is a rough streetscape showing that infill here. There's several single family houses here. There's Victorian here. There's Queen Anne and neoclassical other places. So we're just introducing kind of a style of architecture that the client best felt reflected their needs for the property. There's also going to be an accessory building in the back here, which we received zoning approval for. It meets all the required zoning requirements for that. This is the existing residence here. The future residence actually fits within the old footprint of the current residence, with a little bit of extension for a screen porch on the back here. We've actually pulled the house back a little bit further away from the street to bring it more in line with the property that's to the north of it. This is the accessory building, which is what our primary goal is, to get approval for the overall project so that this building can be completed first as part of the overall process. This is a section through the property showing the relationship of the main house to the accessory building. This is what was presented last time. This is now what is with changes. This is the new relationship here. And here we are. So the comments that briefly go through the comments from the last meeting were board comments were that overall height was not an issue, but proportion needed work. They felt that the house needed to have a more vertical appearance to it. There were some comments about there was a cupola, the front stairs, the proportions of the front columns. We've gone through and adjusted these things. We tweaked with the floor levels to give the columns a more vertical and equal size appearance in there. The cupola was narrowed down from a 10-foot wide to an 8-foot wide cupola to reduce the massing on that. And the front stairs have been reduced in scale as well too. In talking with staff, they recommended that we probably, there was also a concern that the architecture is getting a little bit too high style. So we are bringing that back down to more. The railings for the front porch and stairs are probably just going to be a simple black iron railing with not a lot of detail to it, but just a very simple, clean look to it as well. So again, one of the criticisms were there wasn't enough detail or delineation of materials on here. So these drawings are
shown to show that we are proposing to do brick veneer over a concrete block for the foundation. We have a little bit of a hope that we can use the brick from the existing house because it has some value to it. Staff's concerned because of the composition that it may not survive being taken apart and reused, but that is our goal to do that. Regardless, the foundation would be bricking style. Siding material would be horizontal siding. The roofing material would be architectural shingles. We would use metal roofing in places for accent. The roof on the accessory building would also be metal as well to tie the materials between the two buildings together. There was a comment made last time that there were some dimensions that didn't appear correctly. There was just strictly a math error. The totals of some interior dimensions did not add up to the total dimension, but the overall dimensions were fine. There was a question about didn't think the property was large enough to support two dwellings. They checked with zoning about that. Zoning has confirmed that the property does meet the requirements for two dwelling units. Comment about windows on the north elevation. That's this elevation here, that they were perhaps excessive for that elevation because it overlooks the adjacent piazza on the neighboring property. In doing a visual study walk through the neighborhood, this is a common occurrence, and oftentimes that north wall on many of those buildings do have 8 to 10 to even 12 windows on them. So I think if we needed to reduce some of the windows there, we could, but this is not totally atypical for the neighborhood. Again, architectural details were asked for. I think that's, here again, we're at the conceptual stage and further refinement would occur going forward. But this does outline the overall approach to the materials here. Let's see. I think in general, those are the responses that we had to the comments that were made at the last meeting. We believe that the revisions do meet the concerns and requirements that were raised at the last meeting, and we would again ask for approval, noting that as we move forward, we will be refining the design of the main residence with input from staff and BAR as needed. But our goal here tonight is to have this building approved to a point where we can move forward with the accessory building at the rear of the property. So thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions. Yes, sir.
Did any input from the neighborhood association, any concerns or anything? They've been awfully quiet for some reason.
I think there was a letter or two turned in by the next door neighbor.
Yeah, I saw some from neighbors, but nothing from the association.
There were 3 comments submitted. 3 were from the same address.
Yeah.
And 1 from the house next door. But other than that, we haven't had any other additional contact.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah.
Usually we hear something from the neighborhood association.
This is the first time I'm seeing this application, so just a couple of quick questions. What district is this in?
You mean Charleston?
No, what, the zoning in the height district that it is,
It's old and historic. Panky, I'm just drawing a blank on.
I have,
3.5, or the height.
Yeah, it's
I don't remember what the height district is. I did confirm with zoning prior to the meeting that it was allowed under regulation.
That's all I need to know.
Yeah, we're running that same scenario where we have to raise up to meet BFE plus 2. It puts us up 8 feet, which makes that ground floor considered a story. But yes, we at the previous meeting we were confirmed that the zoning has signed off on all other requirements.
Okay.
Any other questions? Anyone from the public like to speak?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC does not feel this project adequately addresses the board's previous comments or the motion for deferral to restudy the scale, mass, and architectural direction. This is virtually the same design, and the additional detail that was requested is minimal. The PSC maintains our previous comments that this design would create a false sense of history and would ask for simplification to help it read of its time. We also continue to urge restudy of height, scale, and mass to better relate to the streetscape. In particular, the cupola, which adds unnecessary height and mass to the roof, and single asymmetrical dormer on the south elevation should be omitted. Thank you.
Amanda?
Amanda Nestor, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application, and as we stated in June 2024, it is important that new architecture fits within the context of the existing historic neighborhood. We still believe that the proposed front residence needs refinement before it fits within the streetscape. The double front entry stairs are too grand for this location of the city. The cupola is oversized for the structure. It appears to extend more than 10 feet above the ridgeline. We advise simplifying the design of the staircase and the cupola. We have no objections to the accessory building. Respectfully recommend deferral where the staircase and cupola can be simplified to better match the surrounding context.
Anyone else? Gup, do you want to respond to any of that?
Yeah, sure. And I appreciate the comments that have been made. I think the one that I think I just probably disagree with most is context of the street. As I said in my opening remarks, that this section of Rutledge Avenue has such a variation of architectural styles on it. It's tough to say, you know, which one do you pick to mimic to fit in. And so our goal here was to come up with a style that would work as a transition between all the ones that are there, and not try to force it into matching one of the existing 3 or 4 or 5 different architectural styles on there. In terms of height, scale, and mass, I think our line here is in keeping with other houses on the street. We are not the tallest house on the block, so we're not exceeding neighboring styles. And I got to tell you, if this were my lot with a view over that lake towards the harbor, I'd want a cupola up there that I could take advantage of the unique property of this site. And in terms of the porches and such, if you do a walking tour of just even 1 or 2 streets around this, there's over 20 homes that have two-story porches. The front stair, we can continue to perhaps look at that, but I think this actually allows the front stair to be, because it is recessed into that first porch, it allows the front yard to be not intruded upon more than necessary. And I think in real life context, the stair is not going to look as overwhelming as has been presented. But so that would be my response to the comments tonight. Yeah, thank you again.
Actually, I jumped ahead of myself a little bit. I should have asked Frankie for her comments first. Sorry about that. Frankie?
It's been a long meeting, it's okay. And I was writing notes, so I didn't even register. All right, so first I've had some observations. Yes, we have met with the applicant since the previous board meeting. The size of the cupola has been reduced. We did have a comment that I don't remember if we pointed out last time, but the garage door of the accessory does face the street, which is against standard BAR practice. And there's details shown on only 2 of elevations, but it's assumed that the same detailing continues to the other facades. Since we realized the garage issue, staff recommended potentially shifting the accessory structure to be in line with the house and rotating 90 degrees so the garage is parallel to the street. But staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with board staff conditions and for the preliminary to come back to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Since we went out of order, do I get another chance?
Yes, you get another shot. You get a shot at Frankie this time.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, no, Frank, thanks for bringing up the question about the garage door. At the last meeting, because the accessory building is set so far back from the street, the board members did not have an objection to that garage door. The requirement was that the garage door should be a handsome door. But there was not an objection to requiring that. And as far as relocating the location for the accessory building, the overall master plan, the owners at some point in time would like to entertain having a in-ground pool in that property. And I think that would certainly squash any hopes of that happening. And I think you end up with more parking in driveway area than we currently have. So other than that, I have no objections to the other rest of the comments.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the applicant presentation and public comment period, and we will now move in the board discussion. I'm not sure, how many of you were here when this came before?
I'm struggling because, no, I haven't seen it before and it's hard for me to understand the
Darryl, would you-
application.
No, it was June of last year.
I'm the only one, okay. You can let me dig that far back in my brain.
I think it's hard to understand the application. Because the requirements say that the previous proposal and the new proposal should be together.
Yes.
So that the board can evaluate the changes, like, you know, the elevations look fairly similar. I'm not really sure that the proportional questions have been addressed from the previous meeting, but again, it's just hard to tell in terms of information, what's really changed between the two submittals.
The site section is the only one where we've got
Right.
like before and after, or like previous proposal on this one, so I can see that you mentioned the couple like shrunk, which is good, but it looks like overall,
Still the
the
same.
overall height is 2 feet taller, but the width of the building, which was one of the comments about maybe making the building narrower, hasn't happened. The streetscape that's in here, does that show like, do we have a current streetscape with the latest drawing in it?
Frankie, can you put the streetscape up?
No, that is the original streetscape. The overall height and width of the house did not change, so the proportions, you know, are still more or less consistent with the new and the old.
Joe, do you want to address the width that Laurel, right?
Yeah.
Laurel just brought up, because from the previous comment, I guess what was the
There
comment?
was a comment somewhere from the previous meeting.
Well, there was just the kind of the generic concern about height, scale, and mass, not about the overall width. This house is actually narrower than the one that is currently there. You know, we have inset the front porch to create a reveal on that. The house is narrower than it only shows on this one on the house immediately to the left, but also narrower than the house second to the left as well, and as well as other houses up to the right. It probably is misleading in this picture, but it is not inconsistent with the width of other houses on that block.
I was looking at the comment, the staff observation before, just the combination of width and height is too much for the context of the street. I do agree that when you go from seeing just the outlines that are in the streetscape in the previous proposal and having more detail, the proportions feel, to me at least, a little bit better, a little more vertical, not so squatty or just wide.
If you look at the bay spacing on the front porches, the openings between the columns are, you know, in there, they were squattier now, they are vertical now, which lifts that whole thing up. And I think the narrower cupola also
Definitely helps.
brings your eye up visually as well, too.
Yeah, from my recollection, a lot of the comments were about the proportions of the fenestration. Column spacing, windows, there's a lot, I remember there was a lot of discussion on the cupola.
It feels massive for some reason.
I think
Although,
what,
like each column that, the columns are only about 5 feet apart. And the column spacing is very not what we would typically see on a house. I don't know, there's a sense of overly grandeur or overly massive. I'm just having trouble articulating what's leading to that.
And the comments for what I remember they were kept kind of vague because there was really no fenestration shown on the previous drawings. So it was really kind of hard to wrap your head around.
Makes sense.
one of the specific things that I think is leading to the width conversations is looking at the streetscape and the surrounding elements. Even though the house is similar in width, the majority of them have an open element to the side, obviously. You know, actually all other houses on the street have an open element to the side. And so what this house has is open elements to the front and the back. And it's obviously base is elevated larger. The entry stoops on every single one is lower because you're coming up a stair to an intermediate and then into the building, and that fenestration is slipping down the front facade versus sitting on a base and being elevated. And so I think as I try to resolve the detail in my head, I don't know that necessarily is bad, but I think that's specifically elements that are leading to why it is feeling different. Simple elements that I think I could point to, the stucco columns at the front, I don't think are helping. I think if you're going to do a brick foundation, the foundation needs to tie in over the exterior element like it does the house. And I would say that that probably helps. I think that the stairs, I don't know that I want to speak specifically to the form, but the fact that they are integrated is probably an element that's helping, like the rest of the elements that are there. I do think that formally they are leading the house to feel as if it sits higher, just given that they are one continuous element going all the way up rather than the rest of the houses on the street. And so in terms of particular elements that I can isolate, those are some of my initial observations when I was reviewing. I do think that the level of detail though, like the frieze boards that are graphically drawn in, some of the siding and trim, those elements I do think will help to bring down the scale of this as it begins to read. But I think those are some of the proportional elements that I'm feeling.
Yeah, it just reminded me of, there's a house on South Battery, I think just past King, one of the older houses in the city. That's the same typology.
Yep.
It'd be interesting to look at the proportions of that and why that sort of feels a little calmer.
So a question I have, because of like where we are. This is an application for conceptual, right? Are
Which
the,
is-
like overall, are the details would help, like getting into preliminary and all, into details to help? Because you, like at the previous meeting, more details were asked for conceptual. It's kind of funny when I first looked at this and thought, oh, conceptual. The idea of showing it as more of a mass made sense to me. Like we're supposed to look at it as height scale mass, look past the details, right? So.
High scale mass and general architecture.
And when I was
Yeah.
reading through the notes, that's what I saw too, yeah. But I didn't know if conceptually, if it could be approved, if the details would help enough, or are we still feeling like conceptually, the height, scale, the mass, and the general architectural detail are just not there yet? There's not enough difference from the last meeting. So Bill, you might have to talk more, even though you're the chairperson, because you were at the last meeting.
Last meeting was a long time ago. Um, like I said before, the comments were very general from what I remember at the last meeting, because we had so little to go on, because there was no fenestration shown on the drawing. But the overall consensus was that the proportions needed to be improved. They needed to be probably more of a vertical proportions because of some of the other houses on the street. The board was generally fine on the accessory building because that had been developed so much further along than the main house. Does that help at all?
I mean, I think it definitely has, when I look, if we're looking at, this is the direction we gave them last time. And let's compare it back. It's definitely, to me, the details added make it feel more vertical. The change with the cupola.
The cupola was a big discussion too. It felt like it was too large in scale before.
And in reference to, I think somebody's comment earlier, maybe Laurel, about not recreating history, I think some of that comes in the detailing.
Right.
A little later.
I think
Materiality.
I agree. Yeah.
So.
My notes here. I do think that it does have the proportions are better, I think, than they were. It does have a more vertical approach to it now. But I think a lot of that's going to come down to the details, and we're just not at the point now where we're seeing a whole lot of details in these drawings. There are some things that I think, other than proportions, that need some work and I think Joel may have, Joel kind of touched on it, was the brick foundation. That language needs to come up into the porch piers as well. The area beneath that porch, I think, is reading as forgotten space. That needs to be developed in some way, be it a patio area with a actual door coming out of that ground floor, a couple of windows in that front facade, opening up into that space. Either that needs to happen or it needs to be enclosed, one of the two.
But if those are details, like, do we feel like from a conceptual standpoint, because I can understand, you only want to take it so far. Before you at least get the concept approved and then get into more details. Do you feel like there's enough addressing of the previous comments to allow for conceptual?
I think so. But like I said, the comments were so general the last time, and it was all because we just felt like we didn't have a whole lot to go on because the drawings were so basic. And
okay.
Yeah.
What do y'all feel about the overall conceptual?
It sounds like the direction is everybody's somewhat on board with the conceptual, but we need a lot more detail before we can go any further. So would it be wise to make a motion to approve conceptual with it coming back to us for preliminary?
I agree. I mean, something that's large, this substantial of a house, it definitely needs to come back for preliminary.
I also think what you were suggesting about underneath the porches is spot on. I think it needs that level of detail for the streetscape.
Yeah.
And once that's drawn, then it'll be easier for us to evaluate if it's working or not.
Mhm.
But right now, we don't know.
But we have enough of a concept here that it's worth continuing. In other
Yes.
words, I agree with that.
Sure,
That we could,
it feels big, it feels massive, and the stair feels massive to me. I don't know if it's
It's-
just like, it's just hard to envision that
And
in
it,
that location on the street.
it may not work. We need more detail to find out, right? Is that fair to
I
say?
don't know, just the form of that big stair
Right.
coming out the front. I just like the appropriate, it's also just appropriateness in
Bec-
that location.
To me, it's with the stairs, to me, they're reading large.
Yes.
They're reading too prominent, maybe.
If the stairs are restudied and you do the stuff you suggested underneath the porch, that kind of opens, it makes it lighter because you don't have all that masonry right
Yeah.
there, right? And then you have some glass and
true.
open, then it works with the street better. So maybe, again, it comes back to detail, but I think everybody's struggling with the stairs a little bit
Yeah.
because it's so grand and it's blocking,
That's heavy.
it's blocking everything under the porch.
I mean, you're next to three fairly simple Charleston single houses. Now, you get further down and you have other things, like you have a very large Italianate building there down in the corner of Broad and in Rutledge here. You have a fairly large Victorian coming up in this direction that actually has a set of double stairs that come down from it. But they're a much lighter weight stairs visually.
Becky, do you feel that the 5 bays, like, I feel like at this phase moving forward with preliminary would be setting the 5 bays in the architectural direction with no exterior element, like, is that what's also, or is it really just the stairs that are affecting your sense of the mass on the front of this?
I guess it is. I'm actually trying to understand the scale of the thing. in
If you-
this Location.
If you went to 4 bays, that would put a column in the center.
Yeah.
Right, you
I
can't.
don't like,
And,
Three bays is gonna make it feel more
Yeah.
wide,
Yeah.
less vertical.
But 5, like, they're only like 5 feet apart, like, that's just proportionally not, it's just not a good proportion to be that narrow on those bays. And I guess I'm just struggling a little bit to, maybe it's just a personal thing. I'm struggling with the application partly, with just comparing the previous to the current. But I don't know, just like there's no new streetscape. I mean, it's just hard. I feel like I'm just struggling to envision the scale of this thing on Rutledge Avenue. Like, how big is
Yeah.
this thing really?
Right.
But I think, yeah, it's just me.
So my thought is that in some ways, like, we either have to say, okay, this is going in, this needs work, of course, but it's going generally in the right direction, or you have to send it back and say, like you were saying before, if it's a single house with an open side, well, then you have a whole different height scale mass. Like, I don't know that there's much big picture that they're gonna do with this. Details may help, the stairs may help, but if the overall, I don't know where I'm going with that, but it's like, either gotta tell them, let's keep going with this, or
it sounds like, Bill, that the previous meeting, a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, they were okay with the width of the house.
Yeah, it was from trying to dig back in my brain, it was okay with the width of the house, but it was the overall proportions, they felt like well, the width of the house is fine, but the feeling of the
The columns, the windows,
Yeah,
and everything that's creating the proportion of the house.
yeah,
is
the
not-
And dimension wise, the width of the house would have been fine, but it's, everything looked squat, more or less.
Yeah, it says one of the board comments.
Frankie, is
needs
it
to read
possible
more
for you to go to the proposed elevation? It might be easy for the board just to see this, because it is, I mean, I think it is, when you look at the proposed elevation versus where we are now. You know, I'm just gonna, sorry.
Yeah.
To do.
It's definitely got more verticality.
Which was what was wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you hold that up, it's to me, it's a noticeable difference. And that's the type of drawings we are supposed to have.
Right.
Yeah, got that?
Yeah, I hear you.
It says it on the submittal.
I know.
You're supposed to show them together. The board of the property and country.
We make a motion?
Yes.
Well, in one other point too, I know that we needed to address the garage doors. That was one other element there that was brought up on the carriage house. I don't know if we need to put that in as a part, but it was a part of this comments. The carriage house garage doors facing the street, to me, there's a variety of carriage houses that have garage doors facing the street in the city. And given the extent to which it's recessed back and restudying the site plan as a part of this, I mean, I'm fine as long as they are nice looking carriage doors, which I'm sure they will be. You know, I don't think that we need that as a part of this, but I just wanted to hit that point while
Scratch the staff condition.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and it sits far back, and I don't think they're an issue. And you know, getting back there and turning the car around, if it's stuck on the other side, and it completely destroys the usability of the rest of that backyard area. So I'm fine with the brush doors that they are.
Mike, need your help with this? So I would make a motion to give conceptual approval with the architect restudying the front stairs. The detailing specifically under the front porch, and other detailing as well. Did I miss any points?
Comes back to the board.
Yeah, and preliminary review by BAR.
And so, what do you mean by other details?
We said earlier that just more details would be provided,
Normal development anyway.
just the standard details that would be submitted at preliminary review.
Right.
Stuff like band boards and sections and
Additional
brick detailing and
window trim.
window head, window sill, railing.
Mhm.
I'm also not sure about that one little dormer on that one,
Yeah.
the one lone dormer.
Yeah. I guess the board would be more receptive if there was a dormer mirrored to the other side, maybe.
Then it feels off on the other side.
Dormer to the north, on the north side, or a second one
On the same
south?
side,
Okay,
yeah.
which,
Either it went away or they added another one.
It needs work. It's like restudy. We can just say restudy.
Restudying dormers on
Yeah.
right elevation.
well, it's the only dormer, so we'll say restudy dormer.
Yeah, it's fine, go on.
Okay. All right, let me give this a shot. Okay. I have a motion on the floor by Darrell for a conceptual approval with the condition that the front stairs be restudied. The area beneath the front porch further detailed.
Yes.
Provide required detailing as in construction details for preliminary submittal. and restudy the dormer placement and number on the south elevation. All right. Okay. Frankie, you got that?
Come on.
Do we have a second?
Second, but
Well, seconds, that's. Okay, Becky?
No, I'm opposed.
Opposed? Lauren?
yay in favor.
Harold?
You in favor?
Joel? And chair votes with the majority, so the motion passes 4-1.
Accessory building?
Because you were given conceptual for the entire project, so the house and the accessory.
Yeah.
It comes back.
Thank you very much. Okay. We will move on to our next one next item is 13 Rutledge Avenue. Frankie?
13.
Is Sebastian? This is Sebastian's project.
No, it is the next one. And 13 Rutledge is in Charlestown, Council District 8. It is not surveyed circa 1968 in the Old Historic District. They are requesting approval to lime wash existing painted masonry. This is the property's location on Rutledge. Existing site photos. Contact of Rutledge. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
How you doing? My name is Travis Fisk, work with Archer Construction, I'm representing the client here. For the house, I think it was built in 1968, it has typical non-historic, like rigid brick. And they would like to do a
I'll go back to the photo for you.
yeah, do a lime wash, a white lime wash, so it sticks out like a sore thumb on the street. I think most of the houses were built 1900, 1910. You have this house that looks like it should be in Burnsdown or something, sitting in the middle, and they want it to be complimentary and look nice and fit in with the rest of the street there. And that's about it.
Do we have anybody for the public? I don't think so. All right. Frankie, you want to give us your recommendation?
We just have the Secretary of Interior standards recommends against unpainting. Recommend against painting unpainted masonry. So our recommendation is denial.
Okay.
I mean, does it matter? We wouldn't rarely do this, you know, but this is the 1970s house. It's not a historic house. The house looks unsightly compared to the neighbors.
Okay.
I think they just wanted to blend in with the rest of the street.
Okay.
We would never want to paint a historic brick or anything.
Okay.
I don't know if that matters to you guys. The owners would like it to look cute and look, you know, complement the rest of the street, which it adds now. It does not.
Yeah. Okay.
But, you know.
Okay. All right. We will now go into board discussion. A vote.
Well,
Go ahead.
Preservation Society doesn't have a problem with it, I guess. And Historical Society doesn't have a problem with it, I guess.
I
I don't
think
think it's historic by any stretch.
1968.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, technically it meets the 50-year requirement or thereabouts, but in my eye, you know, the house is an anomaly. Our last project, Gov's project, we approved a similar scale building, similar age to this one to be torn down. I could see this building, not to disparage the building.
Yeah.
But I could see it coming for us one day and someone wants to tear it down. So in my opinion, if they want to whitewash the bridge, let them whitewash it.
I would agree.
I understand. My concern is that To me, I feel like this is not a complete application. There are no photographs there of the streetscape. So at least for future reference, we need full submittals even for a paint, even for a paint project like this. Photographs, the history. Even brick detail, like a detailed photograph of the brick, just, this one might be an easy one, but I've tried to present a project before where I was asking for lime wash on brick and the discussion came around to, okay, what kind of brick is it? You know, what does the streetscape look like? There were a lot of other questions, so for future
I
reference.
thought that we had a close up of the brick, but we did not have the other houses on the street, so understandable.
So that's mine.
Make a motion. Okay. Make a motion to approve.
Got a motion on the floor from Darrell for approval. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Joel. All right. Take a vote. Becky?
I am in favor.
Yay. Laura?
Yeah, in favor.
Okay. Darrell?
Yeah, in favor.
Joel?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes with the majority. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
That was very done.
Sorry for the long wait.
No worries, right? We're all here together. Thank you.
All right, our next.
We've talked about doing that brick painting sort of guideline before. I think we just need to do it.
I know you had to bring it just because of the policy statement. Yeah. All right, our next application is 47 Athens Court. Frankie?
47 Athens is in North Central Council District 4, not surveyed. It is circa 1973. It is in the historic corridor, and they are trying to put roof-mounted solar panels. This is the property's location. It's another one of those that it's in the corridor because it backs up to 26. Existing site photo. And some context of Athens. I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Hi.
And I'm happy to flip through it if you.
Yeah, I might need you to. This is my first rodeo going through this. I'm the owner of the property. We're looking to put up 24 panels, 12 on each side. Kind of. If this goes through, so this is the front of the house. Kind of in the neighborhood, it's still rough. I mean, all the houses are really rough in the neighborhood. 2 houses down is halfway burned down, falling over. The neighbor right to the left of me is abandoned. There's a homeless guy that sleeps on the back porch. But just to be straightforward, this is really what I could afford to stay downtown. So we have 12 panels on each side of the roof. It's a simple A-frame roof, low slope. It's about a 312 slope on it. So it's hard to see the panels kind of from any direction. The only place you can really see them show here is if you're actually in, and I'll go back real quick to this one. There's a church right here. And that photo was taken from like the end corner here of the church parking lot. If you're in the street, you can't see the panels at all. And actually my neighbor right here, you can see already has panels on the roof. And they have the same number of panels. We're symmetrical on both sides. They aren't necessarily, but we stayed kind of the same symmetry of the roof plane. Just 12 on each side, and kind of go to, let's see here. So that's back from that. This photo here is kind of the only section you can see that portion of roof plane from the parking lot of the church there. And then this would be basically on my neighbor's lawn. But as you get closer, because the house is so tall, and the pitch is so slight, you really can't see the roof at all. And so this would be the layout of the design. I think what we're going to end up planning on doing is just inching these back to the end here to kind of match perfectly and have that symmetry. But I mean, other than that, I think that's basically everything. Oh, they're black on black panels, so they'll match the color of the roof as well. And there'll be a decorative skirt that goes around it that kind of keeps it, looks like it's tight to the roof. I kind of have a picture of an example here. Like this. So it's skirting around the panels.
What's the existing roof material? Shingles?
Shingle.
Just a dark charcoal from the.
Mhm.
Yeah. I agree with pushing them back as far as you can. Yeah. Okay. Any questions from the applicant? Okay. No one from the public? Anyone from the public like to speak?
We have a
Security
letter.
guard.
We had a letter from reservations.
Yeah, I did see that in the package, yeah. And so let's, I guess that concludes the public presentation portion. We can just go ahead and go down in the board discussion now and a vote.
Staff comments.
Staff comments, I'm sorry, it's getting late. I'm tired.
I know, we were treating it as a appeal of staff decision for our policy, which I put up here for the people who don't know it. We just didn't think we had the authority, because visibility, that was it.
All right.
So we don't have a recommendation. We were just citing the policy. And
Gotcha. Okay. Now we'll go into board discussion.
Bill, can you, since I'm relatively new to the board, can you give us some sort of history on what the board has and hasn't allowed in respect to this?
The board, and
I can
Frankie,
help with that.
Frankie could probably help.
We came up with this policy was only written within the past couple of years. I think we got it passed by the board in 2022. Prior to that, we did not approve solar panels. Unless you couldn't see them. But the policy was created to give flexibility and allowance for solar panels, as that part of our division is sustainability. Our biggest issue is when we wrote it, we talked about for not surveyed structures, we reference the visibility within the district. And it not being a negative impact on the character of the neighborhood. So all of it sort of hinged on being minimally visible for staff to approve. We have approved several on roofs that are flat and you can't see them. We have approved at staff some where you could push them further back on the roof. And we've had one that we've brought before the board that was new construction that was basically covering the whole roof. I think you were here.
The one on Smith Street, an existing historic house came and it was denied.
Yes, there was one newer one in the old city district that we brought, that might have been right before you got here. New construction on a corner, very visible, but as it was new construction and sort of fit within the move for sustainability, the board did approve. And if I could remember the address, I don't remember my own at the moment. So we have approved some with this, with significant visibility, or the board.
Society suggested reducing the number and pushing them towards the back of the roof, so they wouldn't be visible on that front half of the roof, the front portion of the roof.
Did you also say that this is coming before the BAR in this district because of its adjacency to 526? That's the trigger point?
Yes,
that
in
is-
the historic, in the historic materials demolition purview, we do not look at solar panels. We look at them in the Olden Historic District, the Old City District, and the historic corridor. So this is kind of like the F Street projects we've been looking at. Across the street isn't necessarily in the corridor. It's in the historic materials demolition purview. This is in the corridor because it backs up to 26.
Which you can't see this from.
You can't see it from
You'd be out of
26.
your mind, get out of the car so you can look over the rail. Yeah.
Like you said, there's already solar panels on the house 3 doors down.
Right.
I mean, I have to admit, in this location with this visibility, I don't have a problem with it.
With it being on a low slope roof.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
I don't think they're gonna be highly visible.
Yeah.
It's got a dark color roof on it now. So,
We make a motion,
Yes.
Sure.
make a motion to approve the solar panels as presented.
So for pushing back, that's.
It didn't seem like they were, you're not worried about them pushing them back.
I think he said that one side, he did want to push that one side back.
We'll probably push it back. I think it looks better that
Yeah,
way.
for symmetry and cut down on the visibility maybe a little bit, so. Okay, we've got a motion on the floor from Daryl for a final approval as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Becky seconded. Okay, Laura,
Yay in favor.
Becky,
Yay in favor.
Daryl,
Yeah, in favor.
and Joel.
Yay, in favor.
Chair votes with majority. The motion passes unanimously. Right. Now, our next application.
Thank you. Sorry you had to wait so long.
Wow.
What about you?
Our next application is number 17 Linwood Boulevard. Frankie, would you like to
Yes.
give us your introduction?
17, you go ahead and get up, Scratch. 17 Linwood is in Charlestown, Council District 8. It is Category 3, circa 1920 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for a roof replacement to match new dormers and decorative rail. This is the property's location on Linwood. Existing site photos. Some context of Linwood. Architecture inventory photo. And Sanborn map showing the history of the property. And it is all yours.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Thank you to the staff and the board as always. Sebastian Marshall, I'm the architect, helping the owners, Helen and Ted Gordon. They're here this evening with the proposed addition of these dormers, a proposed roof replacement in kind to match existing, and a proposed metal decorative railing on an existing one-story section at the rear of the house. I can control the slide presentation right here. We'll just get started. We looked at the Sanborn maps. What's actually kind of interesting about this house, it shows up in the early Sanborn maps as being a brick veneer structure. It has the pink outline around a yellow core, which is cool because before this, obviously a lot of load-bearing masonry, and then after this, mostly brick veneer, but we noticed that was kind of an interesting detail. Some aerial images here showing the structure from 4 different cardinal directions in context. Some of the immediately adjacent existing structures. So directly across the street, you can see 74 South Battery. This is Cummings McCready House right here. It's a beautiful brick house. Directly across the street, across Linwood, this is the South Battery facade, but this is 67 South Battery. Directly to the south of our structure, we're kind of right here, is I believe it's 30 Murray Boulevard. This is a newer building right here. And then directly to the west of our structure on South Battery, 75 South Battery right there as well. And then some existing context pictures or some existing pictures of our site. So again, the elevation facing Linwood, the front of the house does face east. This is Linwood Boulevard right here. The South Battery elevation can be seen right here. The view looking east on South Battery with the 1-story addition that we're proposing a decorative railing for. What I'd like to point out in this picture specifically, there is an existing door right here, and that is a historic door that was not added recently. That has all the brick detailing that matches the existing brick openings. That door has been there as long as the house has been there, which is kind of interesting. Be curious about what that purpose would have been for. Here you can kind of see the top corner of that again in that 1-story little brick or wood wing on that side of the house. And then the west facing elevate side here looking back up north towards South Battery. And then the view looking north on Linwood here, kind of, you can barely see the house there through the trees. A couple of precedent and context pictures in the immediate vicinity. I think we didn't have to go more than 3 blocks to get all these houses with various configurations of dormers on them in different styles, appropriate for the buildings that they are on. A great the 2 best precedents I'd like to point you to, both of them are on South Battery, or let me backtrack. The top one here, 129 South Battery, is a couple blocks further west. Great precedent because they're also proposing these arched dormer windows with some fairly high style detailing. They have pilasters and a cornice that returns slightly on those. You can see that detail right here. And then a couple blocks over on Rutledge, on the corner of Rutledge and South Battery, is a house that's very similar to 17 Lenwood, both in its style and its mass. It has these 3 dormers across the top there. And then some other precedent pictures just up and down the block. Again, a couple different styles, a couple of houses, a couple different styles of dormers on there. I think we're all aware of the fact that dormers are not that unusual along the stretch of South Battery. Then our drawing. So the existing 3rd floor or attic floor of the house, it is habitable, it is conditioned, it has a full bathroom in it. It has a fully finished and code compliant stair going up to it. It is for all intents and purposes, and has always been, a top story to the house. What we're proposing is to add 3 dormers on the east side right here that would provide additional natural light to that space. The owners do wish to finish out that attic. On the left-hand side, you can see the 1-story roof below right here, where we're proposing that decorative metal railing. The roof plan, you can see the dorm before and after of the dormers. And then the exterior elevations. This is the north-facing elevation facing South Battery. You can see the dormer here in the side elevation, or the side of the dormer in the elevation. And you can also see the metal railing drawn on that 1-story addition, or on that 1-story wing on the side there. The east-facing front elevation on Lenwood with the 3 dormers. What I'd like to point out, and we'll talk about this briefly in a second as well, we're intentionally showing 2 different roofing patterns here. This, we believe, is the original standing seam metal roof of the house. Half of that roof was replaced. It was damaged during Hugo and was replaced. You can actually, it's tough to see in our pictures, but you can notice the roofing pans are quite a bit longer. And that is what you typically see. The shorter pans would have been used originally in the 1920s when the house was built. The longer pans would have been that retrofit. And then you can, as part of our application, we are requesting that roof replacement. We'll talk about that here in just a second. And then the rear elevation showing that metal railing again on that low 1-story wing right there. And that concludes our presentation of the drawings. I would like to add really quickly regarding specifically the roof replacement, and this is something the owners are going to speak here briefly to this as well. We did meet with the preservation groups, both HCF and the Preservation Society, to discuss both the dormers and the roof replacement. I understand the Preservation Society was interested in getting a little bit more information on the history of the roof. I had spoken to a number of different preservation contractors in town who all confirmed that the timeline or the lifespan for these original turn metal roofs can vary, obviously, depending on maintenance and things like that, exposure. But generally, 100-year lifespan for these roofs is what can be expected. We're sort of pushing that right now. And as the owners will tell you, they have spoken to numerous different roofing contractors who have all made various repairs and have each time recommended a roof replacement, which is why we're proposing to make that replacement as part of the dormer request. As they propose that scope, we figured it would be a good time to propose that replacement. Thank you for your consideration. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm glad you clarified the roof issue, because I was worried that a turn metal roof is coming up just to accommodate new dormers.
Right, and that is not the case. The owners would, I think, prefer to not have to incur that cost, but the damage over the last few years and the continued repairs that they have had to make are the reason why they decide to do that at this junction.
And you would be going back with a hand crimped, like gabalome or something?
That is exactly correct. It would be a 26 gauge hand crimped standing seam metal roof. It would be galvalume, and it would be, the color would match the existing coating, like gray.
Okay. Any other questions?
So, thanks all for being here so late. You know, it's not a fun thing to be here at 9 o'clock at night. So, my great aunt left this house to me in a life estate to be to my parents first. And when she died in 85, they moved in and they made a lot of updates. They put on a porch in the back and they painted it, but that was 1985. And you can see that it's like, it's time for some more updates. And we just want to live in it and have it be comfortable for our family. So that's what we want to do. Now Ted and I want to put on some dormers to let some more light in the roof and possibly, make use of that. I finally emptied it of all the junk. So I'm looking forward to possibly using it for something. And so that's what we want to do. And Ted will tell you all about exactly what we're thinking of.
Hello, yes, I'm Ted Gordon and my wife and I live in the house. I'll make this short and sweet since it's been a long night meetings. Yeah, the house has been Helen's family for many, many years, actually going back to the 50s. We're the stewards now, it's our turn, and we're in it for the long haul. And are preparing it for future generations. The old roof has been patched multiple times over the years. The worst case was Hurricane Hugo. And recently we found, there was a rotted hole in the roof under the metal where water was coming in the house. Took a while, several roofers to find it, but 3 roofers all said, you just need to replace the whole roof. So we got it patched now, but there's no guarantee, how long it's going to last. A new roof will solve the 105-year-old roof problems, and it's also the best time to add dormers. All the roofers have told me that to get the dormers just the way they're supposed to be with the crimping and so forth, it needs to be done during a new roof installation. So I think it'd be a nice enhancement inside and out. We've been looking around for the best design, consulted professionals with the most attractive dormer design appropriate for the house. We're very interested in Charleston preservation. That's what makes Charleston as great as it is. And I think we've got something appropriate going for us, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess we have no one in the public that wants to speak. Okay. Frankie, you want to give us your staff comments and recommendations?
Okay. I'm not even gonna flip through. This neighborhood has precedent for dormer additions. The proposed dormers are tasteful and symmetrical, and we appreciate the attention to detail in the handrail. We're recommending a conceptual approval with a final review by staff permit.
Okay. I guess you have nothing to add to that? No rebuttal? Okay. We will now go on into board discussion.
Actually, I'm happy with the proposal.
I'll make a motion.
Sure.
Make a motion to approve it as submitted.
Okay.
And final approval at staff.
Okay, got a motion on the floor from Daryl for a final approval. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Becky seconded. Okay. And Laura? Me, Becky,
Yay in favor.
Daryl.
Yeah, in favor.
Joel.
Joel.
I'm just giving him. I'm just giving him that.
Yeah.
Joel.
John.
John. Chair votes for the majority. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
The motion to adjourn.
Yes, can I get a motion for adjournal?
So moved.
Okay.